शरीर यहाँ अग्नि को समर्पित कर दिया गया है और वापस ये शरीर पंच महाभूतों में समा जाएगा, लेकिन आत्मा अमर है, अजर है। और वो आत्मा, उसकी सीख आज भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के रूप में इस देश में मौजूद है और लगातार वो जिंदगी जिसने अपने जीवन का एक बड़ा हिस्सा संघर्षों में जिया, अभाव में जिया, गरीबी में जिया, लेकिन ईमानदारी के साथ जिया, स्वाभिमान के साथ जिया, मेहनत के साथ जिया, वो सीख जो उन्होंने अपने परिवार को दी, अपने परिवार के सदस्यों को दी, और वो सीख जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के रूप में आज हम लोगों के सामने है। और लगातार हम उस ब्लॉग की बात कर रहे हैं जो प्रधानमंत्री ने अभी कुछ ही महीनों पहले हीरा बहन के 100 साल पूरे होने पर, उनके 100वें जन्मदिन पर लिखा था। उस ब्लॉग में लिखा गया है कि किस तरह से वो अभाव भरी जिंदगी में भी स्वाभिमान के साथ जीती थीं, स्वच्छता का जीवन जीती थीं, पक्षियों के लिए, जानवरों के लिए किस तरह से वो खाना रखती थीं, और साथ ही साथ कोई स्वच्छता कर्मी, कोई सफाई कर्मी उनके घर के पास आकर सफाई करता था तो उसको भी पूरी इज्जत देती थीं, और उस स्वच्छता कर्मी को पता होता था कि इसी घर में उनको चाय मिलेगी। उसके अलावा कई सारी विशेषताएं जो प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने ब्लॉग में लिखी है, उन विशेषताओं को अगर देखें तो वो आज प्रधानमंत्री के दृष्टिकोण के रूप में, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार के रूप में वो लगातार दिख रही हैं। चाहे हम अंत्योदय की थीम के साथ जो योजनाएं हैं, जन धन योजना की हम बात करें, महिलाओं के लिए उज्ज्वला गैस सिलेंडर की हम बात करें, उसके अलावा स्वच्छ भारत की हम बात करते हैं, जल संरक्षण की हम बात करते हैं, हर नीति में कहीं न कहीं उस नेतृत्व ने, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने जो अपने बचपन में सीखा है, जो उनकी माताजी से उनको प्रेरणा मिली है, हर योजना में वो भाव परिलक्षित होता है। और जैसा कि अभी हम उस ब्लॉग के हिस्से को भी आपको पढ़कर सुना रहे थे, वो लिखते हैं कि आज अगर मैं अपनी माँ और अपने पिता के जीवन को देखूं तो उनकी सबसे बड़ी विशेषताएं रही हैं ईमानदारी और स्वाभिमान। गरीबी से जूझते हुए परिस्थितियां कैसी भी रही हों, मेरे माता पिता ने ना कभी ईमानदारी का रास्ता छोड़ा, ना ही अपने स्वाभिमान से समझौता किया। उनके पास हर मुश्किल से निकलने का एक ही तरीका था, मेहनत, दिन रात मेहनत। और अग्नि को समर्पित कर दिया गया है। ये पार्थिव शरीर पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ, और हिंदू माइथोलॉजी में शरीर खत्म होता है, आत्मा नहीं खत्म होती। पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ ये शरीर अग्नि के जरिए फिर उन्हीं पंच महाभूतों में मिल जाएगा, लेकिन आत्मा अमर है। और साथ ही साथ वो सीख, वो प्रेरणा भी अमर है, और वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के रूप में हमारे पास मौजूद है। हीराबा की दी हुई शिक्षाएं, हीराबा की दी हुई सीख, हीराबा के जीवन से जो प्रेरणा मिली है, जो प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने जीवन में अभाव, गरीबी, संघर्ष देखा है, आज वो इन्हीं कारणों से देश को भी समझते हैं और अपनी इस तरह की नीतियां बनाते हैं।
So we are looking at these images, Hiraba on her final journey, and the pyre now has been lit. We've seen the Prime Minister extremely stoic. Do remember, like I said, again and again, the Prime Minister has spoken about the contributions, the struggles of Hiraba. In fact, he had also spoken about how Hiraba Modi's childhood was extremely difficult, and he said that it was her struggles which inspired him to focus on Garib Kalyan. So a lot of these, remember, are not stories. In fact, these are moments from his own life, chapters of his own life that he has lived through, and something that is reflected also in this final journey that we have seen, which has been a very, very private affair. We've hardly seen any kind of elaborate arrangements. We've hardly seen VVIP guests. We've not seen party karyakartas. In fact, what the family has said is important. The family has said, before I go to Priyanka, the family has said, we thank everyone for their prayers in these tough times. It is our humble request to everyone to keep the departed soul in their thoughts and continue with their pre-decided schedule and commitments. And the Modi family says that would be a befitting tribute to Hiraba. Priyanka, that again is reflecting in, all these images that we are seeing, right from the Prime Minister there rushing to Ahmedabad to be, with his mother in this final journey. The Prime Minister there as one of the pallbearers of his mother on the final journey, one of the heaviest of burdens that the Prime Minister, Priyanka, today has carried.
That's right. Team will be the Prime Minister. In fact, he has arrived at the centenarian. In fact,
Okay, I think we'll just try to get Priyanka back. But like I said, the entire country today is mourning the loss of Hiraba. And you see Narendra Modi there, not as the Prime Minister, but as a son who has been one of the pallbearers, like I said, in the final journey of Hiraba. We haven't seen much of Hiraba, remember, even in the last 8 years. Like again and again, it's reiterated, it's only once that Prime Minister actually got Hiraba at his official residence at the 7 LKM. And that also really goes on to tell us what kind of a life of simplicity the Modis lived. Priyanka, Prime Minister's mother, who's generally away from the cameras, we've seen, her setting an example at least on 2 occasions, whether that was demonetization or also the COVID vaccination. And, just recently during the elections in Gujarat, I do recall that you were there when Hiraba was at the polling booth, and that is an image everyone said that if she at 100 can come out and vote, why can't you? So we have seen her, we have seen her actually living through those principles, an epitome of struggle, of a lot of hard work that the Prime Minister himself has spent, that Hiraba went through.
And we have seen the Prime Minister speak about it for quite some time. He has spoken about Hiraba Modi, and he has spoken about her in public forums, and has recalled the kind of life that Hiraba Modi had really lived, the kind of struggles that she has faced, the kind of struggles that she faced for her family as well, so that her family would have a better life. And that is something that the Prime Minister has reiterated, remember, several times in the public forum, and one time more specifically, remember when he had been speaking at a public forum and had been speaking and talking to Mark Zuckerberg as well. And we remember how he had broken down and he had remembered Hiraba Modi, and he had remembered how she used to work, for domestic work as well, and how she used to do the menial jobs so that her family can have a better life as well, so that the Narendra Modi can have a better life as well. And recalling this, he had broken down and he had cried and broken down about this. And that is the one time that I personally can recall that the Prime Minister had spoken about Hiraba Modi and had spoken about the struggles that Hiraba Modi had been facing. And of course, not just that, even when he would recall Hiraba Modi fondly, he would remember her with a lot of admiration. He would remember her for her hard work, her sacrifices, her integrity, the way that she would operate and how she would go through life as well. So this is something that Narendra Modi has time and time again remembered in public forums. So the adoration, the kind of respect, the kind of love that was shared between the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Hiraba Modi is not lost on anybody. Anyone who has reported in Gujarat can see whenever the Prime Minister comes to Gujarat, he makes it a point to visit Hiraba Modi. He used to spend some quality time with her. He used to spend and make some meals with her, share some meals with her as well. So those really were the kind of images and the kind of bond that we had seen between the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Hiraba Modi as well. So of course, a lot of heartbreaking images of the Prime Minister then that we saw today. As the pallbearer, as you pointed out, carrying the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi from the Vrindavan bungalows to the crematorium, and of course riding with the Antim Yatra Rath, and then of course carrying out the last rites. And as we had been talking about earlier as well, Deepthi, the VVIP movement that we see is to an absolute minimum, almost non-existent, that we see in the crematorium. Not a lot of leaders that we can spot. Interestingly, we see Shankar Singh Waghela, who is in fact present here, there at the crematorium. He was there along with Vijay Rupani, who had been present there as well. So these are some of the faces that we have been able to spot, but more or less we have seen almost absent VVIP movement, almost absent leaders, in fact, that we had seen in the UN Mehta Hospital. And we had seen the kind of movement of Bhupendra Patel and other cabinet ministers as well that was there at the UN Mehta Hospital when we were learning that Hiraba Modi is going to be fine and that she is going to stabilize and recover and recuperate. And but today we see that it is an absolutely intimate family affair, an absolutely intimate instance that we see where the Prime Minister, not as the Prime Minister of the country, but the son of Hiraba Modi, who is shouldering the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi, and then, of course, carrying out the last rites of Hiraba Modi as well.
That is true, and Priyanka, I just want to take this liberty to talk of the Prime Minister's blog on his mother turning 100 earlier this year, even as we'll stay live with these images. And Priyanka, do feel free to, talk about anecdotes, stories, life instances that you have seen, because I don't think that there is an image, a moment, which is as difficult but equally powerful as what we are looking at on our screens. That is the Prime Minister of the country, but the son of Hiraba, a son who's always spoken about the struggles, the lives, the times of Hiraba, today bidding her the final goodbye. Now he says, Priyanka, and I'm again quoting from the blog, he says, "Mother has always had immense confidence in me and the samskara she imparted." Then he says, "I recall a decades-old incident when I worked on the organization side. I was extremely busy with activities, could hardly get in touch with my family." And this is where he recalls the instance where Hiraba visited Badrinath Ji and Kedarnath Ji. And he says that the locals there actually got to know that the Prime Minister's mother is coming for the darshan. And also how the weather suddenly took a turn for the worse. Some people came downhill with blankets. They all wanted to know. And in fact, they kept on asking all the elderly women that they saw that, "Are you Narendra Modi's mother?" This is, I think, a reflection of that simplicity. And he says that finally they meet mother, they give her blankets, they give her tea. And when she comes back and when she meets me, Priyanka, this is what she says. She says, and I quote, "It seems you're doing some good work as people now recognize you."
And that really had been the simplicity, you're right, absolutely, Deepthi, of Hiraba Modi as well. Since these are some of the anecdotes that we had, heard in 2014 when the Prime Minister had become the Prime Minister, and he had left as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. And of course, he had been a renowned leader of the BJP, but we see him having had risen to the national leadership in 2014, and post which we see these kind of statements that we also heard Hiraba Modi from Hiraba Modi as far as that particular statement is concerned, where she had stated that it seems as though you're doing some work since people have started recognizing me, because the simplicity that you mentioned could not be missed of Hiraba Modi, because even as the mother of the Prime Minister of the country, she would have very bare minimum things that she would live here with her son, and of course Narendra Modi's brother. And even then we saw when there were any issues of importance, say for example, as we mentioned, the vaccination drive, then be it the coming out and voting. So these are some of the social issues that we have seen Hiraba Modi speaking about, and that is why we have been speaking about how she used to have a cult following in the youngsters as well, because she was she would make these somewhat of statements, or the kind of work that she would do, or the kind of imploring the youngsters to go out and get vaccinated, or to go out and cast their votes. So she had also gotten this kind of a following from the young youth as well, here at least in Gandhinagar, that we were able to see, and also on social media we had seen how every time Hiraba Modi would come out and vote, that used to be the wave of in social media as well, when it would be to implore the youngsters to come out and vote. So some of these images that we remember of Hiraba Modi as well. And of course, we have been speaking to her neighbors, we have been speaking to some of the people that used to spend some time with Hiraba Modi, and the kind of preparation that used to happen. You know, Deepthi, every time the Prime Minister would arrive in the state of Gujarat, he would be coming here at the house to meet with Hiraba Modi, and the kind of preparation that would go on is something that we are seeing, that we would get a sense of when we speak to the neighbors of Hiraba Modi, as well as we have spoken to them today as well. And they also recount how Hiraba Modi would be excited, and she would be extremely happy and jubilant when it was the day of the Prime Minister to arrive here. Each and every day, that every time that he would be arriving here, this used to be the kind of planning that was being carried out as well, the kind of preparation that would be going on for making the food, and of course the kind of work that was being done for Hiraba Modi to prepare for the Prime Minister to also arrive at the house. So these are some of the anecdotes that we hear of Hiraba Modi from the neighbors as well. And of course this is something that also shows us the kind of simplicity that Hiraba Modi used to also the kind of simplicity she used to embody, and that is something that we see people recounting even today. And in the crematorium, Deepthi, we see, as I mentioned earlier, very less movement of the who's who of the political fraternity, so to speak, of Gujarat. But we do see some faces, say for example, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shankar Singh Waghela, who has had a very close relationship with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, since he was the leader of opposition for the Congress party when Narendra Modi was the Chief Minister. And even as they have been at the opposing ends of politics over the past few years, we have seen whenever something big that has happened, Shankar Singh Waghela has been present for Narendra Modi. In fact, interestingly, we had also seen him present for the 2017 Gujarat government formation as well. And interestingly, we see him here. So, of course, a personal bond that they have also shared beyond the political enmity that there might be. We see that all of that aside, they are present there for the Prime Minister, for Narendra Modi, not as the Prime Minister, but as the son of Hiraba Modi, who is, of course, is going through, of course, a difficult time that the family is going through for Hiraba Modi's passing away. And that's exactly what we see, the images of the family members as well, inconsolable. But what we see, the Prime Minister stoic as ever when he had also carried the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi to the crematorium, and even during the time that the last rites were being performed. And we can expect that the last rites, after being performed, that the Prime Minister might be coming here and spending some time with his family as well today.
Oh, yes. And you know, Priyanka, every word I think that you read about the Prime Minister's mother, everything that you've seen or heard about Hiraba, again, is a clear reflection of what a person she was. You know, what are the values, the principles that she really stood for, something that she has lived on, imbibed on, and also passed on to her family. And I again want to speak about what the Prime Minister had written about Hiraba in his blog, as we'll stay with these images. As the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, the son, is bidding the final goodbye to Hiraba at the age of 100, he had said, "In my mother's life story, I see the penance, the sacrifice, and the contribution of India's Matru Shakti. Whenever I look at mother and cross a woman like her, I find there is nothing that is unachievable for Indian women." Prime Minister said, "Far beyond every tale of deprivation is the glorious story of a mother. Far above every struggle is the strong resolve of a mother. Ma, a very happy birthday to you. Best wishes as you start your birth centenary year." This is when Hiraba had turned 100. He also said that in his life, his father never became a burden on anyone. Mother too tries to ensure that she does her own course as much as possible. And he also said that today, whenever I meet mother, she always tells me, "I don't want to be served by anyone. I want to go with all my limbs working." Something I think that has turned prophetic. That is actually how Hiraba went. And the Prime Minister, there rushing from Ahmedabad like a son, and the final journey, remember, is underway, even as the last rites now almost completed. And like Priyanka said, remember, there has been, this is a no frills. We've seen a very, very simple and ordinary cremation ceremony. We haven't seen any VVIP visits. The Modis themselves, the family, has released an entire statement saying that the best way to give Shraddhanjali to Hiraba right now is to carry on with your daily course. Remember her in your prayers. That's how it's going to be a true Shraddhanjali for Hiraba. And we are given to understand that the Prime Minister himself is going to be carrying on with his day's works after the cremation gets over. But extremely powerful and at the same point very, very difficult images to talk on that you're seeing on your screens right now. The Prime Minister continues to be stoic. We saw the younger brother there breaking down for a moment. The Prime Minister says, "My mother is as simple as she is extraordinary, just like all mothers." He even says that when he writes about his mother, he says, "I'm sure that many of you would relate to my description of her, and while reading, you may even see your own mother's image." That is what mother, that is what Ma meant for Narendra Modi. On a number of instances, he's spoken about the kind of struggles, the values that Hiraba instilled in the entire family, how in spite of having a difficult childhood, how in spite of the fact that she has struggled and not had too many opportunities, even when it comes to basic education, she ensured that she, while working in people's homes, while doing menial jobs, is able to impart the best of values and education to her children. The Prime Minister says in Vadnagar, our family used to stay in a tiny house which did not even have a window. Leave alone a luxury like a toilet or a bathroom. He says we used to call this one-room tenement with mud walls and clay tiles for a roof, our home. And all of us, my parents, my siblings, and I stayed in it. He also says mother did not have much of a childhood because of the struggles that she went through. She was forced to grow beyond her age. She was the eldest child in her family. She became the eldest daughter-in-law after marriage. In her childhood, she used to take care of the entire family and manage all the chores. After marriage too, she picked up all these responsibilities, and despite that, and despite the everyday struggles, Mother Hiraba held the entire family together with calm and fortitude. On another occasion, as I'll get in Priyanka back with us, he's also talking, Priyanka, of how Hiraba never expected the children to leave their studies or assist her with the household chores. She used to wash utensils at people's houses to ensure that the household expenses are met. And you know, it is very, very difficult, Priyanka, to right now think of what must be going on in the Prime Minister's mind. You know, someone who does not speak much when it comes to his personal life. We've seen, just some images of Hiraba, and I think the last image also that he has tweeted, Priyanka, earlier this morning is of Hiraba there holding a thali which has a diya, again signifying the fact that I think mother was all the light in his life. Priyanka.
And that's really true for the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Deepti, when it comes to the bond that the Prime Minister and Hiraba Modi had shared. Because we do see, every time that the PM would be coming here to the state of Gujarat, he would be making it a point to come to meet with Hiraba, to spend some time with Hiraba. And in fact, the mood of the day would be reflected in those images every time that the PM would be coming to meet Hiraba as well. And that is something that we have seen happening from the time that every time that the Prime Minister comes, he does meet with the Hiraba and of course spend some time with her. And we see those images. Remember during the run-up to the elections, we had seen the Prime Minister doing marathon rallies, marathon campaigning, road shows that were being carried out. I remember one particular, in fact, incident where he had carried out 4 rallies in the day, and in the evening he had come out and met with Hiraba, spent some time with her. And then, of course, the next image that we saw of the Prime Minister and Hiraba together was during the elections, when the elections had culminated and the BJP, in fact, had garnered a record-breaking victory of more than the records that had been set by Madhav Singh Solanki as well. So those were the images. Then we saw of Hiraba Modi congratulating Narendra Modi, feeding him sweets, also sharing a meal with him. So these were the images that we saw reflecting the mood of the day as far as the work of the Prime Minister is concerned, because we do see, as we had been earlier speaking about Hiraba as well, that every time that there is an important issue, she would make it a point that there is a message that is sent across, at least from her, that she is in support of this, then be it for the vaccination drive or for the voting or for GST, for various other issues. In fact, we have seen on those rare moments that Hiraba Modi would make a public appearance and would not really essentially do a press conference, but by her own way of life, she would send out this message, say for example, during the vaccination drive as well. She would not speak to the media, she would not say anything, she would just quietly go and stand in the vaccination drive queues and then get vaccinated. And that in itself, she was sending a message across that, of course, to come out and get vaccinated in this fight against the pandemic. Then, of course, even during the voting time, we have seen Hiraba Modi very patiently standing in the queues, waiting for her turn to go in and vote. So these are some of the instances that we remember of Hiraba Modi in the public eye. But as earlier as well, Hiraba Modi and the entire family, for that matter, really enjoys their privacy. They are very strict about their privacy as well. They do not come in the public eye as much, even though they are the family of the Prime Minister of the country, Narendra Modi. They try to not come in the public eye too much, and simplicity is what we had been speaking about when it comes to Hiraba Modi's life, and that is the kind of philosophy that she really embodied deeply. Something that we got to see in Hiraba Modi's rare moments when she would come out in the public eye as well. And even in those images that we would see of her spending time with the Prime Minister, it would not be anything exorbitant. It would just be a simple meal that the mother and son would share. It would not be some exorbitant exchange of gifts, but in fact, some exchange of some moments, some sweets that were exchanged every time that the Prime Minister would come when there was a victory that was registered for the BJP, then be it elections or otherwise as well. The most recent, as I mentioned earlier, being that of the Gujarat elections, where we had seen Hiraba Modi celebrating with the Prime Minister in the simple manner as well of exchanging sweets, since, of course, we have seen the kind of manner in which Hiraba Modi had spent her life as well. And of course, even now we hear the anecdotes of Hiraba Modi preparing for the Prime Minister's arrival every time that he would come to her house, spend some personal moments with her, some intimate time with her. And those were really the images that we remember today. Very sadly, when we see another set of images where the Prime Minister, as the son of Hiraba Modi, carrying the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi at the crematorium, where, of course, the last rites are underway. And we can expect that the last rites will be culminated, and the Prime Minister might be here for quite some time, might do a visit once again at the house, spend some time with the family members. But, of course, we are being told that as per the schedule of the Prime Minister is concerned, that has not been changed. He will be sticking to all of the schedules, all of the gatherings, all of the public events that he is expected to be present at, because that really has been the philosophy of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi that we have been seeing, that he does prioritize work above all else, and that the personal tragedy in itself that has occurred in the form of Hiraba Modi's passing away will also not interfere in the work of the Prime Minister, because it seems as though none of the schedule has been changed, none of the events have been postponed or cancelled. So the event and the schedule and the itinerary remains as it was for the Prime Minister. But of course, one can imagine the kind of grief, the kind of difficulty, and the kind of moments that the family members would be sharing right now to witness, in fact, such a tragedy of Hiraba Modi's passing away. But of course, she had lived a full life, and that's exactly what people remember. She was the age of 100 years, and she had lived a full life. She had, in fact, struggled a lot in her life, and the grace with which she had endured all of those struggles is something that people also recall and remember about Hiraba Modi, and specifically the Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well, recalling the kind of struggles that Hiraba Modi had, the kind of difficult life that Hiraba Modi really had. So all of that is something that the people are paying tribute to, but the best manner in which the family has implored the people to pay their tributes is to not cancel their day, to not cancel their schedule, to go on their work as per their schedule, as per their work. This is something that is being implored by the family members, and they have said that what better way to show their respect, to pay their tributes to Hiraba Modi, to a woman who did, in fact, have a lot of struggles and had also prioritized work, and how we see the family members also reiterating that and saying that they should stick to their schedules and carry out their work as per their schedules, and that is how they can pay their tribute to Hiraba Modi. That is the latest as far as the family members is concerned. But of course, we see those images of the Prime Minister on our screens carrying out the last rites that are culminating of Hiraba Modi.
And Priyanka, none of what you said is easy. Whether that is, being the Prime Minister, nothing changes. I mean, we can't even understand what could be possibly going on right now in the family's own mind, having lost someone who's always been that guiding light. someone that, you might not be meeting or seeing very, very often of late, but you always knew that mother was there. And I think today when he's there, and earlier when he broke this news, Priyanka, the Prime Minister said, शानदार शताब्दी का ईश्वर चरणों में विराम। माँ में मैंने हमेशा उस त्रिमूर्ति की अनुभूति की है जिसमें एक तपस्वी की यात्रा, निष्काम कर्मयोगी का प्रतीक और मूल्यों के प्रति प्रतिबद्ध जीवन समाहित रहा है। एंड एट द एंड ऑफ इट ही सेज कि मैं जब उनसे 100वें जन्मदिन पर मिला तो उन्होंने एक बात कही थी जो मुझे हमेशा याद रहती है, यानी कि काम करते रहो बुद्धि से और जीवन जियो शुद्धि से। And every of that word, Priyanka, today is echoing, I think, in all these images that we have seen over the last few hours. Being the Prime Minister, it could have been, just a huge kind of a cremation. And we do know that a lot of, people wanted to be a part of the final journey. A lot of central ministers wanted to come in. A lot of Karyakartas wanted to be a part of the final journey, but the family said no. The best way that you can, put out your Shraddhanjali or convey your Shraddhanjali to Hiraba is by carrying on with your day-to-day work. That no matter what, life moves on. But to be able to think of the Prime Minister and to be able to, now you'll have to come to terms, Priyanka, with the fact that mother is no more. And you're talking of your mother in a past tense, Priyanka. Okay, I think we've just lost that phone line with Priyanka. But like I said, Hiraba, no more. The final journey is underway. Hiraba passes away at the age of 100. The Prime Minister earlier has tweeted a heartfelt tribute, and not just today, he speaks about the kind of contributions Hiraba herself has made in making Narendra Modi and the family what they are today. He said, and I quote him now, that despite her advanced age, mother has had a good memory. She remembers decades-old incidents vividly. Whenever some relatives visit her, she immediately recalls their grandparents' names, identifies them accordingly. And Hiraba also used to keep herself abreast of developments in the world. And they also said that I asked her how long she watches television every day. And Hiraba replied that most people on TV are busy fighting with each other, and she only watches those who are calmly reading news and they explain everything. And then the Prime Minister said, I was pleasantly surprised that mother keeps track of so much. Shivangi also joining us from our Delhi newsroom. And Shivangi, that mother, Hiraba, today is no more.
Right. Deepti, the thing is that she was somebody who was very active. Remember during the Gujarat elections, when we were covering the Student Republic TV, we were urging all the youngsters to come out and vote because Hiraben, despite her advanced age, she used to take the first step. She was somebody that, we had urged the youngsters to look at and then go out and vote. Her age did not stop her from anything, in fact. She was a pillar of strength for her son, Prime Minister Modi. Her story that we have been speaking about, how she has raised her family with values, how she raised her family with the courage that she had. The Prime Minister has spoken about her. He has written blogs about her, how she was a beacon of hope for even him, somebody who lost her mother at a young age, raised a family where one of the sons had become a Prime Minister of India, Deepti. And it's very interesting as well that even though that this is a very, very sad incident which has transpired, but across political lines. Remember that even when Hiraba was in the hospital, that time we saw that across political lines, there were tweets coming in, reactions coming in, wishing a speedy recovery for her. Even right now, we are seeing that Nitish Kumar, Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin, they have all tweeted and reacted, and they have expressed their condolences deeply.
That is true. And, Shivangi, I think everyone who's not even known Hiraba personally, but they recall, what she stood for, always dressed in that simple white sari, fragile looking, but like the Prime Minister said, that she always believed in doing her own course, doing all her daily jobs, much as what she has done. And I think we'll have more images on our screens in just a moment. We'll also try to see if we can get Priyanka back. But Hiraba is no more. The Prime Minister's mother breathed her last earlier today. And on the left of your screens, you're looking at these images on your screens coming in. I think the Prime Minister could be making his way out of the Mukti Dham there. These are images on the left of your screens. It isn't easy because he, remember, today is not the Prime Minister, he's the son. He's the son, Narendra Modi, bidding the final goodbye to his mother. His mother who's ensured that he reaches where he does. The reason why, time and again, remember, he's recalled the kind of contributions, the sacrifices, the values that mother has made. And the Prime Minister said that mother is not just any other word in the dictionary, rather it encompasses a whole range of emotions, whether that is love, whether that's patience, trust, and a lot more. He says across the world, irrespective of country or regions, children have a very special affection for their mothers. A mother not only gives birth to her children, but also shapes their mind, their personality, and their self-confidence. We do see the Prime Minister there on our screens. It's a very, very difficult moment for a family. It's been a very private affair. Just the very close family members who were a part of the final journey of Hiraba. Hiraba, who's had a childhood of struggles, who got married at the age of 15 or 16. She got absolutely no support from her in-laws. She could not get educated. But in spite of that, in spite of all those hindrances, she ensured that her children get the best of education. She instilled those values that today the Modi Parivar is proud of. The Prime Minister recalls the life and the times of Hiraba, and I think the convoy now is just going to be moving out of the Mukti Dham. The Modi family also earlier has issued an appeal to all Karyakartas, to everyone who wanted to be a part of this final journey, that please carry on with your day-to-day work. And they said that is going to be the best condolence right now, the best tribute to the departed soul. The images on the left of your screens, remember, are live images right now. We see the Prime Minister now exiting the Mukti Dham. A lot of ministers, a lot of Karyakartas wanted to be a part of the final journey, like I said. But the Prime Minister's family there has urged everyone to continue with their daily jobs, and they said that's got to be the best tribute to Hiraba. We see the Prime Minister there with folded hands, thanking, I think, everyone who sent in their tributes, their thoughts and prayers at this very, very difficult hour for the family. But the family wanted this to be a very, very private affair. He said mother is a symbol of a selfless karma yogi. As he broke this news earlier today, she lived a life committed to values, is what the Prime Minister again and again has underscored. Hiraba is no more. And it wasn't the Prime Minister, but the son, Narendra Modi, that we have seen all through the last few hours as the family has bid their final goodbye to Hiraba. The Prime Minister says, "My mother is as simple as she is extraordinary, just like all mothers." When he had written about Hiraba when she turned 100 earlier this year, he said that "I'm sure that many of you would relate to my description of her. While reading, you may even see your own mother's image." Then he goes on, Priyanka, to say that a mother's affection fills a child with human values, with empathy. A mother is not an individual or a personality. Motherhood, he said, is a quality. Priyanka, we just saw, another glimpse of the Prime Minister with folded hands, again completely stoic, just moving out from Mukti Dham a moment earlier, Priyanka.
That's right, Deepthi, the Prime Minister leaving from the crematorium where the last riots had been performed of Hiraba Modi. In fact, we do see those images where we had seen, as you very rightly pointed out, and we have been observing those in the images as well, where the last riots were being performed, that none of the VVIP movement that we get to see, and as you pointed out, a very intimate affair of for the entire family, where in fact we see the Prime Minister who has just now left from the crematorium as well. And we can expect him to proceed towards the Raj Bhavan is what we're being given to understand, because he will be attending various events via video conferencing is something is that the update that we are picking up as far as the Prime Minister's schedule is concerned. But of course, we do see where the last rites of Hiraba Modi, in fact, that are being carried out, that were being carried out by the Prime Minister. And we saw some of the leaders that have been close to the Prime Minister as well, including Shankar Singh Waghela, and be it various other leaders who had been present there, and they had been also a part of carrying out these last rites of Hiraba Modi that were being organized. Apart from that, we have also seen how close the Prime Minister and Hiraba Modi had been. But since morning, we have looked at the heartbroken family members who have been, breaking down on this news of Hiraba Modi's sad demise. But we have seen, as you pointed out, a very stoic Prime Minister, even when he was carrying the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi from the house to the crematorium. And even in the crematorium, we have seen during the time that the Prime Minister was carrying out those last rites, we had looked at how he had been completely stoic, and we had also seen several other family members of the Prime Minister that had been present at the last rites of Hiraba Modi as well. So those images we have looked at from the crematorium, and we can expect that the Prime Minister will be, carrying out several other events and will be attending them via the video conferencing today. And through the day, we have looked at the family members, in fact, imploring everyone to carry on with their day as per their schedule, saying that that could be the biggest tribute that they can give to Hiraba Modi as well. And we have also looked at the reactions that are pouring in of several leaders that had also spent some time with Hiraba Modi, and not just leaders, but several people, in fact, that had gathered here at the Vrindavan bungalows, where we had also been able to speak to them as well to understand how they remember Hiraba Modi, how they are paying their tributes to Hiraba Modi. And all of them in one tone have also recalled the kind of struggle that Hiraba Modi has faced in her life, but not just the struggle, but the grace with which she has endured the turbulence that she has faced in her life is something that has been reiterated by various leaders, and it is something that had been appreciated and spoken about with a lot of admiration by the Prime Minister in various public platforms. As we had just spoken about how the Prime Minister had spoken about Hiraba Modi and had broken down. He had gotten extremely emotional about Hiraba Modi's personal life journey and how she had endured to do these menial jobs so that her family, her children, her sons can have a better life than she had. And this is something that was reiterated by the Prime Minister on various occasions. And this is something that anyone could actually observe about Hiraba Modi had they come and visited Hiraba Modi even once or even seen her here in Gandhinagar, the way that she would carry herself, her demeanor, the embodiment of absolute simplicity, the philosophy that she embodied. It is something that is what people really remember about Hiraba Modi as well, even today. And the kind of childlike excitement that she would also show is something that is being remembered by the neighbors. When there would be the schedule for the Prime Minister to arrive at the house and spend some time with Hiraba Modi, she would personally make it a point to be involved in the preparations and she would always have something to say about the food that would be prepared, about the sweets that would be given to the Prime Minister upon his arrival. So this was something of the demeanor of Hiraba Modi, the nature of Hiraba Modi that neighbors, in fact, also recall since they would obviously also be aware of the Prime Minister's arrival there. And it would be an entire household affair where Hiraba Modi would be preparing for the Prime Minister to come at the Vrindavan bungalows. And this used to be the event every time that he would be arriving at the Vrindavan bungalow. So that is really the bond that we get to see that is between Hiraba Modi and Narendra Modi, a bond of mutual love and respect and admiration that we see for each other. Then be it the Prime Minister speaking about Hiraba Modi's struggles or Hiraba Modi for that matter being seated in her house and looking at various images on television of the Prime Minister on big events that have occurred or the big feats that have been achieved by the Prime Minister. We would see those images coming out from Gandhinagar that every time something of a milestone that would be achieved by the party or the Prime Minister, she would be in the drawing room of her house and she would be watching the television, and we would get those images of her looking at her son on television. And then, of course, then various occasions has also spoken about various issues like the vaccination drive or voting for that matter that we have spoken about as well, Deepti. But this is what we see of Hiraba Modi, and which is why it was somewhat of a shock that we saw today, because over the last 2 days we had been reporting on Hiraba Modi's health. We had been reporting on Hiraba Modi being admitted in the UN Mehta Hospital since the last 2 days. In fact, we had gotten updates of Hiraba Modi's ill health and the kind of symptoms that she had been showing, including that of the blood pressure issues, including that of convulsions, and various other issues, in fact, that Hiraba Modi had been facing, because of which then she had been admitted at the UN Mehta Hospital. But upon her arrival, upon her admission into the hospital, we had been getting updates and the medical bulletins and the phone conversations that we were able to have with the doctors who were treating her. They had been time and time again stating that she is stable, she is recovering. In fact, she was all set to be discharged today. We were expecting to get those images of Hiraba Modi to be discharged from the UN Mehta Hospital to come back to the Vrindavan bungalows, and then she would be resting here and recuperating is something that we were getting to know. But of course, the nation woke up to the shocking news of Hiraba Modi's passing away. She passed away while she was undergoing treatment at about 3:30 a.m. this morning. And since then, we have seen the responses. We have seen the tributes that are coming in for Hiraba Modi. When it comes to her, the kind of life that she has lived, the kind of contributions that she has made, the kind of grace with which she has handled her issues, her turbulence that she has faced in her life as well. So all of these things are being remembered today. But of course, the shock is still there, the undercurrent of the shock, because we had not been expecting this, Deepti. In fact, nobody had been expecting this, because they were expecting Hiraba Modi to be discharged and to be completely recuperated here in Gandhinagar after being discharged, to be brought back to her house to spend some time with her family is what we were expecting that we will get to see Hiraba Modi doing today. But of course, we see those heartbreaking images of Hiraba Modi's passing away, and the Prime Minister, as the son carrying the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi to the crematorium, and then, of course, carrying out the last rites, which are now culminating. And then we will see that there might be some kind of gathering with the family members. The Prime Minister might spend some time with the family, but we do know for a fact that the Prime Minister will be sticking to his schedule. He will be carrying out the events as per the schedule. He will not be cancelling or postponing any of the events as well. So that is something that we get to know of the schedule of the Prime Minister as well, and the kind of shock that the entire nation and the people here in Gandhinagar and Ahmedabad, in Gujarat specifically, are also witnessing because of Hiraba Modi's passing away, and all of them really fondly remembering Hiraba Modi as not just the Prime Minister's mother, but as a woman who had, even at such an old age, made it a point to make sure that the kind of philosophies that she's embodied could be the message for her life as well. Deeply.
Oh, yes, Priyanka, I think there are so many anecdotes, so many pictures, and every picture, I think has written a more about that relationship, though it's very private, but between Prime Minister Modi and Hiraba. Now, we all know that the Prime Minister decided, when he was not the Prime Minister, when he was not anywhere close to politics, Priyanka, he chose a different and a difficult path for himself. Now, he also writes about that in his blog. He says, when I decided to leave home, mother already sensed my decision even before I told her. I would often tell my parents that I wanted to go out and understand the world. He says, I would tell them about Swami Vivekanand and mention that I wished to visit the Ramakrishnan Mission Mutt. This went on for days. Then he says, Priyanka, finally, I revealed my desire to leave home and ask them for their blessings. My father was disheartened, and in irritation, he told me, do as you wish. I told them that I would not leave home without their blessings, but mother, he says, Priyanka, that mother understood my desires. She blessed me. She says, do as your mind says. To assuage my father, she asked him to show my horoscope to an astrologer. My father consulted a relative who knew astrology. After studying my horoscope, the relative remarked that his path is different. He will go only on the path that the Almighty, he said, Priyanka, has chosen for him. Then he says, and this is important, a few hours later, I leave home. By then, even my father had come to terms with my decision, gave me his blessings. And before leaving, mother fed me curd and jaggery for an auspicious new beginning. She knew that my life would become extremely different henceforth. Mothers, he say, Priyanka, may be extremely adept at controlling their emotions, but always find it hard when their child leaves home. Then he says, Priyanka, mother was teary-eyed, but there were immense blessings for my future. And I think Narendra Modi, the son today, has also been extremely adept at controlling his emotions, Priyanka, today.
Well, that's right. Not just the few instances that we have already spoken about of the Prime Minister in a public forum, recalling his mother, Hiraba Modi, remembering Hiraba Modi, paying his tributes to Hiraba Modi. So that is not just a few times, but time and time again, even in various Mann Ki Baats and also in various public platforms, the Prime Minister, in fact, has spoken about how his mother, how Hiraba Modi, in fact, has inspired him time and time again for various of the issues that are close to the heart of the Prime Minister, even in his political life, is something that he has stated. And he has also said that his mother, Hiraba, has always inspired him to have a strong resolve, and there has to be a focus on the Garib Kalyan. Now, this is not something the first time that he had stated, even as his time as the Chief Minister of the state of Gujarat. Narendra Modi had remembered this and had also stated and had also said the kind of policy decisions that had been made as far as Garib Kalyan is concerned, as far as the policy decisions for the economically backward classes is concerned, for the welfare of the poor and the not that well-off is concerned. He had gotten that inspiration and that inspiration to work for this people was from his mother is something that he had stated in various public platforms, even as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. In fact, he had also stated that every time that he would go out of the state and he would come back, the first thing he would want to do is come to Raisana village and meet with his mother. And we also, see these anecdotes that have been remembered by the Prime Minister himself in several parts of his blogs that he has also remembered and has stated how Hiraba Modi had also spoken to the Prime Minister. And this is just one such instance that I'm quoting from, where the Prime Minister remembered Hiraba Modi stating that I don't understand your work in the government, but I just want you to never take a bribe. Now, this is something that the Prime Minister remembers Hiraba Modi telling him to work with integrity, to work for the people, to work for the economically backward section of the society. All of these things that the Prime Minister remembers, that he had drawn that inspiration to work towards that particular objective from his mother. Now, he also remembers the time that he had shifted to Delhi, of course, a huge change in 2014, since Narendra Modi resigned as the MLA from Gujarat, as the Chief Minister of Gujarat, and then had gone on to become the Prime Minister there in Delhi. And even then, we have seen the Prime Minister speaking about his personal moments with Hiraba Modi as well. And we saw that change in 2014, and those moments have also been recalled by the Prime Minister in various parts of his blogs. And he says that he would not be able to meet Hiraba Modi as often as he would when he was the Chief Minister in the state of Gujarat. And she herself had also expressed this discontent of not being able to meet her son, is something that he had also shared on his blog. And he would also share that Hiraba Modi would ask him if he's happy in Delhi and if he likes the work that he's doing in Delhi as well. So these are some of the light moments that we see the Prime Minister also sharing on his blog about his mother earlier as well, and has mentioned this in various times in public platforms and in Mann Ki Baat as well. And of course, he also speaks about how Hiraba Modi has acted as the North Star in his political life as well, Deepti. Because as I mentioned, as he had also spoken about how Hiraba Modi had been the inspiration to work towards the Garib Kalyan. Another issue that he also speaks about, and how Hiraba Modi would keep him in check, is something that he reiterates, is something that Hiraba Modi had said to him, and he says that never do anything wrong or anything bad with anybody and keep working for the poor, is something that the Prime Minister had quoted Hiraba Modi saying to him, and is something that he had stated that he drew his inspiration from, that it is something that motivated him, it is something that helped him work towards the kind of policy decisions that have been made by the government as well. So it is more of an emotional, North Star, really, so to speak, for the Prime Minister, than really a policy analysis that he would do with his mother. But of course, the philosophies that were shared by Hiraba Modi have been reiterated by the Prime Minister in these parts of the blogs where he remembers his mother very fondly and talks about how Hiraba Modi had a huge impression on him, and how he has drawn inspiration from Hiraba Modi as well from time and time again, then be it his personal life or the policy decisions that he has to make, reiterating the fact that Hiraba Modi is the one who implored him to work for the betterment of the economically backward and for the Garib Kalyan, as he puts it. And of course, he talks about his mother's life story and how he sees penance, sacrifice and contribution of India's Matra Shakti. Now, very interesting point here, Deepti. We have remembered during the run-up to the elections as well, time and time again, we have seen that the Prime Minister would take a moment and address the women in the rallies. Now, he would also, when talking about the policy decisions, he would keep women at the epicenter of the narrative. When he would be speaking about COVID-19 pandemic, we have observed this in various rallies of the Prime Minister in various parts of Gujarat, where he has spoken about the women of Gujarat and how the mothers and the sisters, jo Mata Behne ki jo every time he talks about, he addresses them and he says that they have been at the epicenter of the policy formation, because talking about COVID-19, he spoke about how women do not speak up about the medical issues that they might be facing and that they suffer in silence. And he, remember, had been speaking about this drawing from the example of his mother, as he had reiterated that how Hiraba Modi would also make these kind of sacrifices, and that he had in fact juxtaposed, and we had seen those in those rallies where the Prime Minister made a mention of how women suffer in silence, and that had really been the motivation behind making sure that there is affordable medical help and medical infrastructure available to the people who are not well off, because it is the women who suffer in the household, who are not really the bread earners in various pockets and rural pockets, and they are in fact employed to not then get medical treatments because of the bills that the family suffers through. So this is something that we see in various public forums where the Prime Minister has spoken about and drawn from the inspiration for his mother Hiraba Modi, and has always spoken about the kind of sacrifices and the kind of turbulence that Hiraba Modi had also faced in her life, the kind of sacrifices that she made for Narendra Modi as well. And of course, he has spoken about the struggles of Hiraba Modi, but more than that struggle, he has spoken about how Hiraba Modi had risen above those struggles, and that really is the story that the Prime Minister remembers of Hiraba Modi, and that really is the story that has been reiterated by the Prime Minister time and time again when it comes to Hiraba Modi, remembering her resolve, remembering her strength, remembering her integrity, remembering her philosophy of simplicity that she had also embodied. All of these things that have been remembered by the people and also by the Prime Minister time and time again, not just after passing away of Hiraba Modi, but even when she had been alive and vibrant, he had made those citations, he had remembered those instances, he had remembered those anecdotes and the kind of life journey that Hiraba really had had. And he had not shied away from speaking of how Hiraba Modi really served as a North Star in his personal and public life, BP.
Yes, and Priyanka, talking of anecdotes, I do remember there's a book by M.V. Kamath and Kalindi Randeri, where basically Narendra Modi also carries her interview that basically shows Hiraba's sensitive handling of her son. And, if my memory serves me right, in fact, Hiraba had narrated that Narendra Modi was happily engaged in a lot of spiritual activities. He was associated with sadhu sons. She also there explained how she thought that her son would actually leave behind the sansar. And as soon as essentially he finishes his school, that is Narendra Modi finishes his school, he leaves home with a resolute mind and he goes away to the Himalayas. And then Priyanka, one of the most memorable moment of Hiraba in this, book that has brought out is how she actually supported the son's decision, who was all of 17 at that point. Just 17 was Narendra Modi's age when he decided to leave home. He wanted to quit home. He wanted to go to the Himalayas. And then she, Priyanka, she actually, cooked kansar, which is said to be a sweet dish. It's after 2 years when he comes back, when Narendra Modi comes back home, and she actually was overjoyed. And the second time that he leaves home to stay in Ahmedabad, Hiraba actually supported him again. So I think this is also a son's personal recall of how important has that mother, her sacrifices, her support, her guidance, her principles, everything Priyanka has been for making Narendra Modi what he is today.
And that really is something, Deepti, that Narendra Modi has never shied away from speaking about. As I was mentioning earlier as well, the Prime Minister has always spoken about Hiraba Modi as a source of inspiration, as a North Star in his life as well. And how he had been close to Hiraba Modi from the very beginning. And as you pointed out, how those instances when Narendra Modi had left from the house and had wanted to go and serve in the public life as well, and had also gone to the Himalayas, as you pointed out. So those instances really tell us how close Hiraba Modi and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi had been, and not just since the time that he has been in the public life, but even from the very beginning. He remembers these instances of his own childhood, and also of his mother's childhood as well, as far as Hiraba Modi is concerned, and how she went through life as well, and the kind of difficulties that she also faced, and how really Hiraba Modi also came to get and embody all of these philosophies that she lived by. And those philosophies, in fact, have also affected the Prime Minister Narendra Modi to an extent. As far as his public life is also concerned, is something that he has also said in various public platforms, and also various blogs that where he has taken and spoken about the personal anecdotes and the personal, instances between he himself and his mother Hiraba Modi as well, and spoken about how the entire way that Hiraba Modi has gone through life and how it has shaped her, and how by extension it has also shaped him, is something that he has spoken about, and which is why he had extensively spoken about his mother's childhood as well. That really goes to tell us and gives us a peek into the kind of struggles that Hiraba Modi had faced, and how the kind of struggles that growing up, by extension, Narendra Modi had also faced, and how those struggles, in fact, have also shaped into the politician that he is today as the Prime Minister of the country. So all of those things that we see being remembered of Hiraba Modi, all of those things that are being remembered by the Prime Minister as well. The Prime Minister, nobody really can speak to his conscience as of now, but we do see a very stoic Prime Minister, not having shed even a tear when we had seen the Prime Minister moving and carrying the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi to the crematorium. But we do see a very somber mood, obviously, since Hiraba Modi's passing away. And we had seen the Prime Minister along with his brothers carrying the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi to the crematorium, where the last rites, in fact, had been performed, and now, in fact, have culminated. And the Prime Minister leaving for the Raj Bhavan as well, where he will be carrying out several other events. For the day, we do see some movement there at the Vrindavan bungalow where Hiraba Modi used to live. And we can expect that some people will be coming here and meeting with the family, paying their respects. But more than anything else, the family, in fact, has told everyone to stay put, to carry out their schedule as per their plan, to carry out their work as per their plan, and have been imploring that that really is the tribute that you can give to Hiraba Modi. And when we speak more and more about Hiraba Modi, and we decode her life, when we look at her life, when we remember her life, this kind of a statement from the family members then makes a lot more sense when they say that this is the biggest tribute that you can give to Hiraba Modi, is to carry on working. Because as we had seen the struggles that Hiraba Modi had faced, the kind of difficulties that she had faced, she kept on working, and even if she took menial jobs, she kept on doing those to support the family. And that is why the family reiterates that this is the person that Hiraba Modi used to be, and she would prefer that you go out and do your work as per schedule, and that is how you can pay homage to Hiraba Modi. And that really makes sense when we look at Hiraba Modi's entire life and journey. And as of now, we are, of course, looking at a very emotional family members who have gathered outside of the house, where the neighbors, in fact, have also been present there. All of them really standing with the family members in this time, in this difficult time when Hiraba Modi has passed away just at 3:30 a.m. at the UN Mehta Hospital.
Yes, Priyanka, Hiraba's mortal remains consigned to the flames. But the Prime Minister essentially is going to be continuing with his day's job. And Priyanka, whether or not anyone has suffered a personal loss, this isn't easy. And more so, I think, if you're the Prime Minister of the country, you do know that, you will be the center of all the attention. But you decided, to first go in, join the entire family in the final journey. That's a very, very private affair. Do not, let your emotions reflect to the cameras, even though, it could just be So much happening inside the Prime Minister's mind right now, losing a mother, a mentor, a friend for life who's actually made him what he is today. And then Priyanka, to be able to detach yourself from that grief for that moment and carry on with your day's job, that absolutely, Priyanka, is not easy.
Oh, absolutely not. Because we have seen, the Prime Minister arriving here, and we had seen him from very close 2 days ago as well, when he had been at the UN Mehta Hospital. And we have seen the Prime Minister and the kind of demeanor with which he had gone inside the hospital, and the kind of concern that we had seen, the kind of anxiety that we had seen in the entire hospital, because we at that time had not gotten too many updates about Hiraba's condition. And at that time, we had just gotten to know about Hiraba's condition worsening, because of which she had been admitted in the hospital. Post which, of course, we got to know that she had stabilized and the Prime Minister had then left from the hospital. Even then, we had seen that the Prime Minister not wasting too much time. He had been there for quite some time and had spent with Hiraba Modi. We were learning that he had spent some good 45 minutes or so with Hiraba Modi, and had also spent that time speaking to the doctors of Hiraba Modi to understand her medical condition. But right after that, he had emplaned for Delhi, and we were expecting that he will be staying back till Hiraba Modi's discharge. But right then, after having a meeting with Hiraba Modi, speaking to the family members, speaking to the doctors, he had left. And that's exactly what we will see happen today as well. Of course, Hiraba Modi has passed away now, and we had seen the Prime Minister rushing to Ahmedabad to carry out the last rites, not as the Prime Minister, but the son of Hiraba Modi, as he carried the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi to the crematorium as well. And we had been able to see everything from quite up close, Deepthi. And we had seen a very somber Prime Minister, but a very stoic Prime Minister, not really shedding a tear. We had seen various other family members who had been breaking down and, of course, getting emotional over Hiraba's passing away, as one usually would over somebody close's demise. And that's exactly what we had seen in the other family members of Narendra Modi. But we had seen a very somber and stoic Prime Minister carrying the mortal remains of Hiraba Modi to the crematorium and then carrying out the last rites. Even during the last rites, we do see a very stoic Prime Minister, as we pointed out, Deepthi. And we had been learning of the Prime Minister's schedule not having been changed, since this was a very unexpected visit and an unexpected and heartbreaking turn of events when it comes to Hiraba Modi having been passed away. So we have learned that the events and the schedule and the itinerary of the Prime Minister is remaining as it is. And of course, as you pointed out, not a very easy task, that somebody has just lost their mother and will be going back to work. But that's exactly what we will be seeing the Prime Minister doing, because the events that are being organized have not been postponed, have not been cancelled. So we can expect him making an appearance via video conferencing is now what we are learning. But as far as the message of the family members of Hiraba is concerned, where they have also said that please carry on with your work, and that is the kind of respect that you can show, the homage that you can pay, the tribute that you can pay to Hiraba Modi. And it seems as though the Prime Minister Narendra Modi also following that statement of the family members, imploring everybody to go on with their work. And that's exactly what we will see, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi also following, that he will also be carrying out with his schedule as per the itinerary that had been made. And he will not be cancelling or postponing any of the events. So perhaps in an hour from now, we can expect him to make an appearance. And as per the time of the events, as and when required, he will be operating from the Raj Bhavan, is what we're being told. Post which we are awaiting the further plan of action as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, on whether he will be staying the night at the Raj Bhavan or will be emplaning for Delhi.
Okay, so Priyanka, they're essentially telling us that in the next hour or so, we'll be looking at the Prime Minister who will be back to work in spite of this huge loss, this irreplaceable loss of having lost his mother. We've seen earlier him being one of the pallbearers. Not just that, even lighting the funeral pyre, and very, very shortly, he's going to be back to doing his daily work. Now, he's expected to be including the launch of the key connectivity related programs in West Bengal, also the meeting of the National Ganga Council. And Priyanka, I do know for a fact that a lot of Karyakartas, a lot of central ministers, including a lot of opposition leaders, they all wanted to be a part of the final journey. They all wanted to travel to Ahmedabad. But the family, they're saying, no, please carry on with your daily business. Please go and carry on with your daily work. And that, they said, Priyanka, is going to be the best tribute to Hiraba. Priyanka? I think we've just lost that phone line with Priyanka. Even as you're looking at these images on your screens, right from the Prime Minister and his very, very special bond with Hiraba, feeding him sweets in particular, sharing a meal together, sharing a lot of lighter moments. That is what you see on the top left of your screens. To the family, inconsolable. To people there, inconsolable. The family there bidding their final goodbye to Hiraba. And on the top right of your screens, you're looking at images of the Prime Minister as one of the pallbearers, as he also takes part in the final journey of Hiraba, a mother who's made Narendra Modi who he is today. The reason why he's recalled the n number of sacrifices, the personal struggles, the values, the principles that Hiraba herself instilled in the entire family. A Hiraba who supported Narendra Modi at the age of 17 when he wanted to leave home and move on to greater public service, essentially what he's done. And the image on the right bottom of your screen is where the mortal remains of Hiraba now have been consigned to flames. And later today, we are expecting the Prime Minister to be back to his work. The family has also put out an appeal saying that everyone, we thank you for your condolences, for your thoughts and prayers at this very difficult hour. And the best form of tribute to Hiraba, the family says, is where you carry on with your daily work, your pre-scheduled jobs. Please continue doing that. And that's essentially what the Prime Minister himself will also be doing. Let's also get in our colleague Abhishek, who's joining us on the phone line right now. Abhishek, this is the last and a very lonely journey, I think, for a son like Narendra Modi, who is what he is today because of the sacrifices, the struggles, the principles, the values of Hiraba. And we cannot even, begin to think what possibly could be going on in the son's mind right now.
Well, obviously, Deepti, we have seen the kind of connect he always felt, with his mother. And we have seen through pictures of him touching mother's feet and, and washing her feet and making that, taking that water and putting that water on his head, forehead and eyes. And that then in fact shows the kind of place he had for his mother in his mind. And through his blogs, through his, not many people know, for example, that, or many people know, but it's an aspect which is not much discussed, that Prime Minister is also a poet who has written a lot. And one compilation, in fact, was in which he's having a dialogue with Mother Goddess, not his biological mother, but at times it seems that he's actually talking to his mother. And that compilation really gives you an idea of the place a Mother Goddess and mother in the form of Mother Goddess really has in his heart and mind, in his upbringing, in his value system. So we have seen how we have discussed umpteen number of times since he became Prime Minister. And I have seen it from his Chief Minister days, the kind of energy and commitment with which he works, and the kind of integrity which he brings. All those aspects, in some ways, are part of an upbringing that Hiraba gave to him and to her other children. And this aspect that, for example, Deepti, that he's the Prime Minister, but the family is not a beneficiary of that. He's been in power as Chief Minister and Prime Minister for 20 years now, more than 20 years. And you can't say that family benefited in any manner. We have seen that happening across the country, that when a politician rises or when anyone rises through the ranks in government, the family is an immediate beneficiary. And the relatives, the extended family becomes the beneficiary. We have not seen that in any manner with the Prime Minister and his family, or between the Prime Minister and his family. And that in many ways is about the value system that was inculcated by Hiraba. Remember that very famous moment when Prime Minister was narrating about his mother in the United States at the Facebook event, and how emotional he got narrating the difficulties with which Hiraba brought up the children and the struggles she went through. Remember, she was, as comes out of Prime Minister's blog, she was someone who had come up the hard way, and all those values, all those lessons really ingrained in Prime Minister's heart and mind and soul, and of course his own conduct. So I think it's a great loss to him and to the family, and as Prime Minister, nation stands with him in this hour of grief.
Yes, Abhishek, I thank you so much for speaking to us. Let's also get in our colleague Suesha. I'm told she's also joining us live. And, Suesha, there are more details and a lot of interesting anecdotes that the Prime Minister pens in his blog, where he says that whenever people ask Hiraba if she is proud that her son today has become the country's Prime Minister, the mother gives an extremely deep response. She says, "I am as proud as you are. Nothing," she says, "is mine. I'm a mere instrument in the plans of God." Suesha.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And Deepti, this just speaks of the lady that she was, of the woman that she was, of the true values that she was made of the values that she instilled in her son, and which is why we see her son, the son of the soil, Narendra Modi, leading the country. It is really coming from the mother, and how the mother raised Narendra Modi, of the sacrifices that she made all her life, and of the sacrifices that the son is making as he takes us to a better future. And exactly how Abhishek was also pointing out that, even during Narendra Modi's rise as a politician, and through him becoming the Chief Minister and the Prime Minister, the family does get a lot of extended advantages, but never something that Hiraba would ever attach herself to, because that is the lady she was. She is in every which way truly symbolic of the strong Indian woman, of the values that we are made of how we raise our children, of how we stand by our family, of how we support our family through everything, despite the trouble that we may have to go through as women to face that. And that is exactly what she has displayed time and again. Never ever has she asked for attention or demanded attention, or ever put out to the world that she is the mother of the Prime Minister. Yet the very fact that she put out the message that needed to go out to the country time and again. She always led a very simple life, and this is exactly what the son has taken from her, where he is leading the country. But if you really see how private they have been about their own lives, about their personal lives, but the very fact of the very many sacrifices, insurmountable sacrifices that they have made, and she has made as a mother to ensure that her son is dedicated to the country, to the very fact that he is and has always belonged to the people. And that is something that she was always very clear about. The fact that Deepti, till 100, the Prime Minister would go and meet her, he would go and touch her feet, he would go and have a meal with her, and the message that puts out to the youth, to what a dedicated son he has always been, but his priorities, his duties have always stood first and foremost for him. And that is the very value system that came to him from his mother. He has always dedicated his life to his mother. He has always dedicated all his achievements to the fact that it is really something that comes from what she has taught him all the way long. But the very seed of the fact that the simplicity, the strength that the lady lived with, and that is exactly what she passed on to her children. That is exactly how she gave the son of the soil to the entire country, Narendra Modi. And Deepti, the very fact that she's gone has been extremely, extremely heartbreaking for not just the family, but for the entire country, for all the colleagues of the Prime Minister. As we understand that several union ministers who wanted to fly down to Gandhinagar to be a part of the final journey of Hiraba, but that was a very clear message given out by the Prime Minister that work must not get sidelined. Work is top priority. Exactly for the very reason that despite the pain that the son Narendra Modi is dealing with, despite the very fact that this grief is not going to be something that may leave him very soon, and it can never, it is an irreparable loss. But he still chooses to do his duties. He still has not taken even a day off. Not one thing on his schedule has been changed, has been postponed, has been put on to another day, because that is exactly how he will continue with his day. And that is exactly what is the brief to all those working under him, under his leadership, that he is dealing with this personal loss, which is something he's never going to put out, he's never going to say in words, he's never going to probably let another soul apart from him know of all that he is going through. But the country and the work, that is priority, and every single day that is crucial, and the Prime Minister not even letting this affect that in any which way. Once again, Deepti, the very value system, the very ethos that have been instilled in him by Hiraba, and that is exactly the message that comes across always while he's been in public life, while he has been serving the country, of the woman who's been strong, who's always held her stealth, and who's always put out that message to every woman in the country who may not have had the opportunities to herself. But the very fact that she should not undermine herself in any which way, of how she needs to be dedicated to her family, of how she needs to be a woman who can set an example.
Like they say, no pain is greater, no sorrow is deeper. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a son, and he's lost his mother. And like they say, no matter how old the son is, but losing a mother changes your life forever. And the Prime Minister there will be continuing with his day's job, even as the mortal remains of Hiraba have been consigned to flames. Republic joins the entire country in paying its tribute. Our thoughts and prayers right now with the family at this very difficult hour. And that, remember, is going to be our top focus. But we are also keeping our spotlight on the other story that has dominated headlines for the last few days. The mother of the late actor Tunisha Sharma, who allegedly committed suicide, is addressing a press conference. Let's listen in.
कर सकता जो तब तक आप मेरे साथ कोऑपरेट करते रहो। और दूसरी बात ये है कि उसके बिहेवियर में जो चेंजेस आ रही थी टुनीशा के, कभी उसकी माँ को अम्मा, उसकी बहन को बोलना और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है, और शादी का वादा किया, तो ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करनी चाहिए थी उसको जब उसका किसी और लड़की के साथ था। मैं बस इतना ही कहना चाहूँगी और मैं कुछ नहीं कहना चाहती।
शिजान क्या ड्रग्स भी लेते थे? ड्रग्स लेते थे, ये बात आपने कल
मेरे को टुनीशा ने बताया था।
क्या बताया था?
कि मम्मा शिजान ना नशा वशा करता है सेट पे, बस इससे ज़्यादा उसने मेरे से कोई बात नहीं की।
उनकी माँ और उनकी बहन अंतिम संस्कार में आई थी, पलक नाज और उनकी माँ, उनकी फैमिली से आप लोगों के टर्म्स कैसे थे, रिलेशंस कैसे थे आपके साथ?
देखो, मेरे टर्म्स इतने ज़्यादा नहीं था जैसा, लेकिन टुनीशा का आना जाना बहुत बढ़ गया था क्योंकि उसकी माँ उसको घर पे बुला लेती थी, तो घर पे आ, उसका जन्मदिन आया, उसने डेकोरेट कराया घर, केक लेके जा रही है, 25-25 हज़ार की गिफ्ट दे रही है टुनीशा उनको, ये सब चल रहा था।
मैम, आपने कहा कि मुस्लिम धर्म अपनाने के लिए क्या शिजान प्रेशराइज करता था?
हाँ जी।
जिस दिन मैम ये पूरी घटना हुई उस दिन तुनिशा का बिहेवियर कैसा था? सुबह से क्या बातचीत आपकी?
सुबह वो गई है घर से, उसका 8:30 का कॉल टाइम था, वो गई है घर से, कहती है ओके मम्मा। तो मैं उस दिन थोड़ा उससे एक दिन पहले मैं गई हूँ सेट पे, मैं सेट पे उसको मिलने गई, अचानक गई थी। मैं कहा बेटा कैसा? कहती ठीक है मम्मा। थोड़ा प्रेशर था उस पर क्योंकि वो कहती मम्मा सीन बहुत ज़्यादा है तो मैं आपको इतना टाइम नहीं दे पा रही हूँ। तो उसने तब भी मेरे को एक वर्ड बोला कि मम्मा आप शिजान से बात करो। मैंने जब ये सीन में चली गई, मैंने शिजान के रूम में गई, मैं कहा शिजान मैंने तेरे से बात करनी है, तू टुनीशा के साथ तूने ऐसा क्यों किया? कहता आंटी सॉरी, मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता, जो करना करो।
ये कब की बात है? शुक्रवार?
हाँ, एक दिन पहले की, मैं सेट पे गई थी। और उसके बाद मैं रात को पैकअप हुआ, मैं घर ले आई टुनीशा को। टुनीशा थोड़ी सी परेशान थी, तो मैं कहा बेटा परेशान नहीं होना, कुछ नहीं होता, तू ठीक है ना? कहती हाँ मम्मा। सुबह वो गई है सेट पे, फिर उसका मेरे को फ़ोन कब आ रहा है कुछ,
चंडीगढ़ भी जाने वाली।
हाँ, उसका फ़ोन आया मेरे को कुछ, मेरे को इतना टाइम नहीं, दोपहर को आया। शी इज़ हैप्पी एट दैट टाइम, जिस दिन उसकी हुआ है उसने किया है कि मम्मा मेरा 2 दिन का ऑफ हो रहा है, मैं क्रिसमस मनाने चंडीगढ़ जाना चाहती हूँ। तो मैं कहा बेटा कोई बात नहीं, मैं तेरी टिकट कराती हूँ, तो तू चली जा, पर मेरे को कंफर्मेशन दे, प्रशांत ईपी है जो, उससे मेरे को बात करने दे, तो तुम बेटा चले जाओ, ठीक है, मैं करवा देती हूँ। कहती हाँ मम्मा मेरे को 2 दिन के लिए भेज दो, फिर मेरा चेंज हो जाएगा थोड़ा। मैं कहा ठीक है बच्चे। ऐसे ही अभी थोड़ी देर में मैं अभी डबल माइंडी थी, मैं आई वॉज थिंकिंग कि मैं वो सेट पे जाया हूँ थोड़ी देर के लिए, क्योंकि टुनीशा 2 दिन के लिए चंडीगढ़ चली गई, 2 दिन फिर दिखेगी नहीं मेरे को, तो मैं सेट पे जाया हूँ। तो मैं अभी सोच ही रही थी, तो मेरे को प्रशांत का फ़ोन आया ईपी का कि मैडम जल्दी से आ जाओ, हम टुनीशा दरवाज़ा नहीं खोल रही, पता नहीं क्या नहीं कर रही, और हम हॉस्पिटल में हैं। बस ये बात हुई है और मैं ऑटो लेके हॉस्पिटल चली। देखो, जब मेरे को ये कुछ नहीं कहना, शिजान ने जब उसको कहा कि मेरा ब्रेकअप, जब तेरे साथ मेरा कोई रिश्ता नहीं, तूने जो करना है कर बच्चे को, वो सेंसिटिव बहुत थी, वो इतनी सेंसिटिव थी, भोली थी, छोटी उम्र थी, उसकी उम्र उसकी बड़ी थी, ऐसा नहीं बोलना चाहिए। पहली बात तो ये है कि जब उसका पहली लड़की के साथ रिलेशनशिप था, उसने टुनीशा के साथ रिलेशंस क्यों डेवलप किए? मेरे को ये जवाब चाहिए, शिजान दे जवाब ये मेरे को कि क्यों डेवलप किया, जब तेरे को पता था तेरा किसी और लड़की के साथ रिलेशन है, तू समझाता, तू मेरे से बात करता। हाँ, बिल्कुल, और उसकी गाड़ी ख़राब रही है महीना, तो मेरा ड्राइवर उसको कभी छोड़ने जा रहा है, कभी कर रहा है, तो मेरे को उन्होंने टनीशा को यूज़ बहुत किया है, बहुत यूज़ किया है। मैंने अभी ड्राइवर को गूगल पे किया है 50,000 रुपया, जो टनीशा ने गिफ्ट्स वगैरह मंगवाती रही और उसको देती रही। ईयरपोड्स दिए, उसको गिटार दी, उसके बर्थडे पे उसने डेकोरेट कराया रूम, शायद उसने इंस्टा पे भी डाला हुआ है वो डेकोरेशन वाला रूम। उसकी सिस्टर का बर्थडे आया, उसकी माँ जो उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड के बारे में बातें करती थी फ़ोन पे, हाँ ये बात उसने मेरे को ज़रूर बोली कि मम्मी अम्मा मेरे को डिस्टर्ब कर रही है बहुत ज़्यादा, अम्मा मेरे को पिछली बातें बहुत करती है वो लड़की के बारे में। मैंने उसकी माँ से बात भी की, मैंने कहा आप ये क्या कर रहे हो, वो काम पे जा रही है, उसको काम करने दो, वो बहुत डेडिकेट से काम कर रही है, उसको काम करने दो।
क्या उसको हिजाब पहनाना ये सब जो चीज़ें शुरू करवा दी?
हाँ शुरू करवा दी थी।
क्या कहा जाता था उसके बारे में?
मेरे को ऐसे नहीं मालूम कुछ।
कमरे में से एक नोट मिला था जिसमें पुलिस ने जो लिखा था और कहा था कि ईरान की बात धन है कि उसको मेरे जैसा पुरस्कार मिला काम करने, ये बात है। उसके बाद तो आप क्या मानते हो, क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
मैं क्या सर बोल सकती हूँ उसमें, उसके मन में उस टाइम क्या आया, क्या ट्रिगर उसका हुआ, क्या सुबह से इतनी सुबह उसने इंस्टाग्राम पे पोस्ट किया है, मेरे से बात हुई है, चंडीगढ़ वो जाना चाह रही है क्रिसमस पे, और उसी आधे घंटे में क्या हुआ है मेरे को नहीं मालूम। और फिर शिजान ही उसको वहाँ से उतार रहा है कमरे में से,
जैसा कि पता चला
शिजान ने उसको उतारा है।
एक बात
फिर
और
एम्बुलेंस नहीं मंगाई।
15 मिनट तक सुनने में आया कि
हाँ मर्डर भी हो सकता है। मैं तो
एक बात और सुनने में आई है सेट से कि 15 मिनट तक उसको उतारने के बाद 15 मिनट तक कोई गाड़ी नहीं थी वहाँ पे उसको हॉस्पिटल ले जाने के लिए, ना ही कोई एम्बुलेंस बुलाई गई। तो ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? जब डॉक्टर के पास पहुँचे तो डॉक्टर का कहना है कि उसकी डेथ को आधा घंटा हो चुका था, तो इतनी देरी मतलब क्यों की गई? गाड़ी
हमारी रिपोर्टर वहाँ रोज जाती थी, उसने देखा था कि दोनों के बीच में टेंशन दिखाई देती थी, कई बार बहस भी होते हुए दिखाई दी। सेट से किसी ने भी आपको इस बारे में इत्तला नहीं किया? या
नहीं, मेरे को नहीं दी, मेरे को नहीं बोली, मेरे को कुछ।
हमारी बात फलकनाथ से भी हुई तो उन्होंने कहा कि तुनिशा उनकी भी बच्ची की तरह थी, उनको भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा गम है, तो इसको लेकर क्या कहेंगे आप?
नहीं, फलक का ये था कि फलक उसको उसी ने उसके टैटू बनवाया था यहाँ पे जाके, उसी वो दरगाह पे भी लेके गई इसको, फिर उसी ने उसका बर्थडे सेलिब्रेट किया टनीशा ने। तो मतलब कि तुम लोग उस लड़की को ऐसे यूज़ कर रहे हो, उसकी माँ को भी तो इन्वॉल्व करो ना बीच में। मेरा बच्चा था वो।
अगर आप उसको किसी लड़के की मम्मी और बहन उसको कंटिन्यू घर पे बुलाती हैं, उसको उनका बर्थडे सेलिब्रेट होता है, उनको गिफ्ट्स दे रही है, उनके घर में रह रही है, वो हमारे घर में आके रह रहा है, तो इसका मतलब क्या है? अगर आपको पता है मेरा धर्म अलग है, ये मुझसे 10 साल छोटी है, तो फिर आप उसको इतना इन्वॉल्व क्यों कर रहे हो?
जी, अगर अभी जैसे बोल रहे हैं कि करियर की बात कर रहे हैं या धर्म की बात कर रहे हैं, उम्र का फासला, ये क्या पहले उन्होंने नहीं सोचा था जब रिलेशनशिप में?
वही हमारा सवाल है ना,
वो मेरा सवाल है। शिजान को पहले नहीं पता था टनीशा की एज क्या है, उसको ये नहीं पता था इसका धर्म क्या है।
उस दिन भी जब उसको 16 तारीख को भी जब हॉस्पिटल लेकर गए, वहाँ भी शिजान की मम्मी और बहन दोनों आई, तो उनको
मुझे ये पता चला कि जैसे ऐसे बर्थडे की बात की अभी, तो इस बार तुनिशा ने सोशल मीडिया पे आपको बर्थडे विश नहीं।
All right, viewers, so we can see a big twist has come in the Tunisha death case, where the family is demanding justice, number one, and they have been saying this for a very long time, that Shizan was using Tunisha. Tunisha was pressurized for conversion. These are very, very big allegations coming in from the family right now, from the family members of Tunisha, as a death probe in the case continues. And she's also saying that Tunisha was lured with expensive gifts. All right, on that note, let's go ahead to the other story we're tracking right now. And what we can tell you, viewers, is that cricketer Rishabh Pant. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car met with an accident between somewhere close to Haridwar district. He has been shifted to the Max Hospital, Dehradun, after giving primary treatment at Roorkee Civil Hospital. The accident took place on NH58 of this area in Haridwar district. Now, the visuals of that are on your screen right now, where the CCTV footage has been accessed by Republic TV. So this is the visual on your screen where the CCTV of the accident has been captured, viewers, where cricketer Rishabh Pant's car met with the accident between a place called Bangalore and Narsan in the Haridwar district. He has been shifted to the Max Hospital, Dehradun, after giving primary treatment at the Roorkee Civil Hospital. The accident took place on NH58 of the police station area. So viewers, those are the visuals as well. And the cricketer is quite injured, as you can clearly see on your screen, viewers. He has survived that accident. It was a serious car crash case. You can see that the car crashed and it's a very, very serious accident which had transpired there in Haridwar district. Thankfully, the cricketer Rishabh Pant, he has survived, but he is injured. He is injured, viewers. Let's go ahead to Swesha. Swesha, we're seeing the visuals on our screen as well of the cricketer who was injured and he's recovering right now. Take us through the details. Do we know what really caused that car crash in the first place?
Oh yes, thankfully he is recovering, Shivangi, and certainly comes in as a huge sense of relief for all his fans who have been praying for his good health. Now, we are yet to get details, but Shivangi, certain reports that are also claiming that he had probably dozed off while he was driving. This happened at about 5:30 in the morning, and he may have dozed off when the car collided straight away into the divider. And the moment that happened, it soon caught fire, and then of course we saw the condition of the car that stands completely damaged. Only imagining the kind of injuries caused to Rishabh Pant, where we are now picking up details of how his head, knee and shin have suffered major injuries. There could be a fracture as well, but we are waiting for the medical bulletin coming out of the hospital, where remember, he is in a bad shape. He was travelling from Uttarakhand to Delhi. He was in his Mercedes car when the accident happened in near Roorkee in Uttarakhand, and the DG of Uttarakhand Police has confirmed that the cricketer was alone in the car at the time that the accident happened. The windscreen had broken, after which he escaped from the car and the vehicle caught fire. He had sustained injuries on his head, knee and shin as a result of the accident, and now at Max Hospital in Dehradun, where he has been moved, probably a fracture that he also has, where he is undergoing treatment. And this obviously has come in as a big shock to all his fans, who are hopefully now, who are heaving a sigh of relief, considering the fact that he is certainly on the road to recovery, and he has survived this accident that could have been fatal. But the very fact that he is now undergoing treatment, we are awaiting the next medical bulletin to how Rishabh Pant is recovering and whether there have been any major injuries. But certainly will take some time for him to fully get back until he can probably play. That of course is secondary right now, given the very fact that he should come back to what he was. You see those pictures on the left of our screens where the car caught fire soon after it had crashed, and then again these are the initial details coming in that he was probably he could have probably dozed off when the car straight away rammed into that divider, and that caused the accident. Shivangi.
Right, and Pushkar Singh Dhami has tweeted as well. The news has been received that Indian cricketer Rishabh Pant has been injured in an unfortunate road accident. The state government has given instructions to ensure complete arrangements for their treatment. I pray to God for his speedy recovery. So right now we are seeing the visuals as well of the car, which was completely charred post the accident. And it has been a narrow escape for Rishabh Pant. A very lucky escape, a very narrow escape for him, viewers. Now the charred car has been taken away for further investigation as well. And more visuals you can see on your screen. The moment of the crash as well. What really happened? It is caught on tape. You can see that the car is moving at a pretty a lot of speed right now, just moving at a very high speed at this point of time. Let's go back to Swesha, who's joining us live from the Delhi newsroom. Now, we know that this happened early in the morning, Swesha. This happened around 5:30 a.m. Any other details that we are picking up on this story?
We are awaiting further details on what I just shared, Shivangi. But yes, it was early in the morning. We understand it is winter season in the north, and visibility has taken a hit clearly at the time when he was driving on the highway, and understandably so, where the cars move at a very, very high speed. Now, the distance between Uttarakhand and Delhi is about 5 hours plus. But the very fact as to why he was or he chose to drive at that time, because he was alone and he was on the wheel. This is something that has been confirmed by DG Police of Uttarakhand, that he was absolutely alone in the car. There was no co-passenger with him. And the moment the car rammed into the divider, he immediately got out of the car. That certainly saved his life, because soon after the car caught fire, and we see, of course, what came out of that. But he was rushed to the hospital. He is currently undergoing treatment at the Max Hospital in Dehradun, where there is a battery of doctors totally trying their level best that the cricketer recovers at the earliest. Whether he'll be moved from this hospital to Delhi is something we are not sure of at this point, but he is in a critical condition where he has sustained injuries on his head, on his knee, on his shin, and there could be a fracture as well, but that is something that will be confirmed by the doctors, where they put out a medical bulletin on the health condition of the cricketer. And this happened, like I said, at 5:30 in the morning, where it is foggy. It is a cold winter morning. We are in the peak of December, where visibility certainly takes a hit. And probably he had not slept well, is what is being said by our sources at this point, because he may have dozed off. And that is the point when the car straight away ran into the divider. So it was not typically that the car collided with someone or some other vehicle that was moving at a very high speed, etc. His car collided into the divider. He immediately got out and the car caught fire. But then again, he does remain critical. The doctors are treating him at this point. We've also put out that CCTV footage showing how the accident happened at 5:30 in the morning. So fans praying that he recovers at the earliest.
Absolutely. Everyone is praying that he recovers quickly. Suesha, Virendra Sehwag has tweeted, wishing dear Rishabh Pant a super speedy recovery and बहुत ही जल्द स्वस्थ हो जाओ. So we hope that he recovers quickly. Thank you, Suesha, for joining us with all those updates. Viewers, time for a very short break. We continue to be live and breaking. Cricketer Rishabh Pant has been hospitalized and he's recovering after a car crash. Stay tuned.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling. This grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the Kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the Kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि एक आम इंसान की जाती क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the Kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the Kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि एक आम इंसान की जाती क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where
Viewers, a very good morning. You're watching Live at Breaking. Let's go to the top story we're tracking right now. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car met with an accident in Haridwar district, and he has been shifted to the Max Hospital, Dehradun, after giving primary treatment at the Roorkee Civil Hospital. The accident took place on NH 58 area. Now, viewers, right now you can see the visuals on the screen as well. The car is completely charred. You can see the movement of the crash. It was a terrible crash, but luckily and thankfully, Rishabh Pant has survived, but he is injured. He has serious injuries. You can see the visuals on the screen as well, where he has survived with very narrowly, in fact. He has got injuries on his head, back and leg, but is stable and currently hospitalized. Let's go to Suesha, who has the latest on this story. Suesha, just take us through exactly what we know so far.
fraternity has woken up to this very upsetting news, which they are still, understanding to how really is the health of Rishabh Pant. Just to know that he has survived in an accident that could have proved fatal, and while that is coming in as a positive sign, but hoping that he can recover at the earliest. Now, what we know until now is that he was traveling from Uttarakhand to Delhi. He was alone in the car. He was on the wheel, and this is something that has been confirmed by the police. Visibility obviously having taken a hit in the north due to a very cold winter morning, and it is fairly dark at that point. That is very, very evident from the CCTV footage also that Republic has been able to access, that gives you a sense of how the accident occurred. Now, some reports coming out, Shivangi, on how he may have dozed off in the car, and he may not have been completely attentive, is when the car went and collided into that divider. That's when he gathered senses and quickly came out of that car. Good sense prevailed, and that saved him, because soon after the car caught fire, and those pictures in the middle of your screen showing how the car was completely charred in that accident is when Rishabh Pant was rushed to the hospital. He is at a hospital in Dehradun, where Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami is saying that he is monitoring every development and what the doctors are saying, as a battery of doctors right now working to treat Rishabh Pant, hopefully that he can recover at the earliest. We are also getting details of how he's received injuries on his head, on his knee and on his shin. There could be a fracture or probably more. That is something that can only be confirmed by the doctors once they have thoroughly checked through every detail. But the entire sporting fraternity, fans praying for the health of Rishabh Pant. Sehwag and Gambhir have also put out tweets to this effect, wishing him a speedy recovery. And that is what everyone is hoping. No one had expected this, and who would, obviously, because let's also understand how Rishabh Pant was to play further, and the very fact that he may not be able to play now until he completely recovers is something that he will be monitored by the doctors very closely. There is no information that he will be brought to Delhi.
Thank you, Suesha, for getting those details. Let's just go across to the Prime Minister speaking right now. The Prime Minister is flagging off the Vande Bharat train in Bengal virtually.
प्रोवाइड करेगी। इसके साथ ही साथ न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी रेलवे स्टेशन को वर्ल्ड क्लास बनाने के लिए आज माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी 335 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से वर्ल्ड क्लास रेलवे स्टेशन का फाउंडेशन स्टोन ले करेंगे। कोलकाता निवासियों को माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की तरफ से एक और सौगात है, जोका से तरतला कोलकाता मेट्रो का एक्सटेंशन। लंबे समय से चली आ रही है कोलकाता मेट्रो की परियोजना, इसमें गति आई 2014 से। 2014 के पहले मात्र 27 किलोमीटर मेट्रो बनी थी, अब 48 किलोमीटर मेट्रो बन चुकी है और तेजी से करीब 12 किलोमीटर और बहुत एडवांस स्टेज में है। पश्चिम बंगाल में रेलवे के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 22-23 में 10,262 करोड़ का बजट एलोकेशन किया है, 10,262 करोड़ का। 2009 से 14 तक एवरेज 4,380 करोड़ का बजट आवंटन होता था। उससे 2 गुने से ज्यादा बजट आवंटन माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बंगाल के लिए किया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने वेस्ट बंगाल के लिए यथेष्ट फंड्स की व्यवस्था की है और रेलवे की टीम प्रोजेक्ट्स के एग्जीक्यूशन के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से और सहयोग मिलेगा। पश्चिम बंगाल में एक आधुनिक रेलवे नेटवर्क का निर्माण होगा। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का मंत्र है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास। सभी के प्रयासों से ही सबका विकास संभव है। आइए इस पवित्र अवसर पर हम सभी संकल्प लेते हैं कि हम पश्चिम बंगाल को विकसित राज्य बनाने के लिए मिलकर प्रयास करेंगे। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। अब मैं आज के कार्यक्रम की विशिष्ट अतिथि आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदया सुश्री ममता बनर्जी से मैं सादर निवेदन करता हूं कि वो हम सभी को संबोधित करें।
Respected Prime Minister, today is a sad day for you personally, and it's a great loss. And it's a great loss of your personal life. I pray to God, may God give you the strength and bless you so that you can love your mother with your action and your activity. Sir, I convey my gratitude to you because you are supposed to come to West Bengal today. But because of the sad demise of your mother, you could not reach, but heartily you have reached to us through your virtual program. Even I will request you make the program cut to short, and please take rest because just you are coming from the cremation. Sir, you will be happy to know today is my happiest day because my dream project when I was the railway minister, that Taratala Joka, I inaugurated this along with I invited Pratibha Patilji, the then president. And also I must thank today the then Kolkata Corporation chairman, Shobhan Chattopadhyay, because he collected all the land for this Joka rail station, for Taratala rail station, and my urban minister Firhad Hakim. And sir, other 3 projects also you are inaugurating today. I am very happy that Dankuni, Shaktigor or Chapdani, Boichi or Ammani Phalakata, all are material modification program. Third line I started, it is in 2010 budget and 2010 and 11 budget. Everything was there, and today I lay the foundation stone. It is 2000, when Lotolji was the Prime Minister, 2099 or 2000, 2001, and some projects in 2009 and 10 and 11 also. Out of 5 projects, sir, 4 projects in my time. But now you are inaugurating, I am very happy. At least it is completed, and I kept money for the pink book so that this project should not be overlap or it should not be stopped. One new train you have given Vande Bharat today. It is very good. I thank you so much for this, and also the railway minister and GM Eastern Railway. My honorable governor is also here, and the other ministers are also here, and the public representatives. Today I should not forget the sacrificing of the Behala people. 10 years they suffered because the railway work was, construction work was going on. And that time, some shopkeepers, the hawkers, the passengers, how they suffered. And today, their dream, আমার স্বপ্নের প্রোগ্রাম আজকে ইমপ্লিমেন্টেড হচ্ছে। আমি বেহালাবাসী সহ সারা পশ্চিম বাংলাকে ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। And sir, you will be happy when I was a railway minister, I submitted one white paper and also one 2010 vision. That vision document, railway minister must be knowing that 50 world-class station is being kept there, along with that Jalpaiguri also was there. So I'm very happy that Bengal is getting this, and there are so many other 49 world-class stations. On behalf of West Bengal people, I thank you so much. You have taken trouble to come over here today. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thanks a lot. Please take some rest. And I do not know how to give my condolences message to your family members and the others, because mother is no substitute to any other. Your mother means our mother also. I remember my mother also. Sir, may God give you the strength to continue your work with this. This is a very sad day for you, but you are coming virtually. It is your great honor, and you pay respect through your activities to your mother. Thank you so much. Thanks to all my central officers, the state officers, my honorable governor, the RPF, GRPF, my DG Police, my Chief Secretary, my Home Secretary, my Howrah Commissionerate, my DM, and all the people from all the officers level, all the ministers, all the MPs, all the MLAs, all the councillors, and all the public representatives and the community people. Thank you so much.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आदरणीय। सादर एवं सबने निवेदन करता हूं कि पश्चिम बंगाल की पहली वंदे भारत ट्रेन को वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस द्वारा फ्लैग ऑफ कर इस क्षेत्र के लाखों लोगों के सपने को साकार करें। और प्रधानमंत्री द्वारा हरी झंडी दिखाई गई। इसी के साथ ही हावड़ा न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी वंदे भारत ट्रेन अपनी प्रथम यात्रा पर और यहां पर उपस्थित सभी विशिष्ट अतिथि भी हरी झंडी दिखाकर पश्चिम बंगाल की पहली वंदे भारत ट्रेन को उसकी पहली यात्रा पर रवाना करते हुए बेहद महत्वपूर्ण क्षण। यात्रीगण अतिथियों का अभिवादन करते हुए पश्चिम बंगाल के लिए एक गौरवशाली क्षण। आधुनिक भारत की उपलब्धियों में एक और कड़ी, स्वनिर्मित 7वीं वंदे भारत। 7वीं वंदे भारत की मधुर सौगात पश्चिम बंगाल के निवासियों के लिए एक अनुपम भेंट जो उनकी यात्रा को सुगम एवं सुखद बनाएगी। वंदे भारत की सेवा व्यवसाय और चिकित्सा के क्षेत्र में भी अवसरों के नए द्वार खोलेगी। पश्चिम बंगाल के पर्यटन पर भी सकारात्मक प्रभाव डालेगी। यात्रीगण अतिथियों का अभिवादन करते हुए और मंच पर उपस्थित अतिथिगण भी उनका अभिवादन स्वीकार करते हुए तमाम खासियत के साथ देश की 7वीं स्वदेशी वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस आत्मनिर्भर भारत की अवधारणा को एक मूर्त रूप प्रदान करते हुए गति, सेवा, सुरक्षा का पर्याय वंदे भारत न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी तक की 561 किलोमीटर की दूरी मात्र 7.5 घंटे में तय करेगी। इस मधुर सौगात से सभी पश्चिम बंगाल के निवासी लाभान्वित होंगे। वंदे भारत को सफलतापूर्वक विकसित करना भारतीय रेलवे के लिए एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि। यात्रियों को सुखद यात्रा अनुभव प्रदान करने के लिए बेहतर डिजाइन, उत्तम इंटीरियर और आधुनिक सुविधाओं से लैस धीरे धीरे गति पकड़ते हुए, विश्वास दिलाते हुए भारतीय रेलवे और पश्चिम बंगाल के विकास को गति और नई दिशा मिलेगी। हर कोच में ऑन बोर्ड वाईफाई इंफोटेनमेंट, जीपीएस आधारित यात्री सूचना प्रणाली जैसे फीचर हैं। साथ साथ रोगाणु मुक्त वातानुकूलित हवा की आपूर्ति के लिए भी इंटेलिजेंट एयर कंडीशनिंग सिस्टम का प्रावधान किया गया। यात्रा के लिए यात्रियों को विमान जैसी यात्रा अनुभव और कवच तकनीक सहित उन्नत अत्याधुनिक सुरक्षा सुविधाएं प्रदान की जाती हैं। यात्रियों के मुख पे मुस्कुराहटें और उत्साह साफ झलकता हुआ हावड़ा स्टेशन के लिए गौरवशाली क्षण। अतीत और वर्तमान मिलते हुए जहां भविष्य को एक नई दिशा मिलेगी। इस ट्रेन में सभी यात्रियों के लिए विशेष ध्यान, दिव्यांगजन यात्रियों के लिए विशेष शौचालय, टच फ्री सुविधाओं के साथ बायो वैक्यूम शौचालय, यात्री सुरक्षा एवं संरक्षा को महत्व देते हुए सभी कोचों में फायर डिटेक्शन एंड सप्रेशन सिस्टम, रेल यात्रियों की सुख सुविधाओं में विस्तार, विकास में सतत योगदान, इसके लिए प्रतिबद्ध भारतीय रेलवे, जिसका एक प्रतिरूप आपके सम्मुख प्रस्तुत। वंदे भारत गति पकड़ते हुए हावड़ा स्टेशन के लिए एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण क्षण, गौरवशाली क्षण, और मंच के सामने से गुजरती हुई वंदे भारत अपनी प्रथम यात्रा की ओर अग्रसर। अगर निवेदन करता हूं कि वो वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस के द्वारा जोका से तारातला मेट्रो सेक्शन पर पहली मेट्रो ट्रेन सर्विस का शुभारंभ करें। और इसी के साथ चालक दल ने भी हरी झंडी दिखाई और जोका से नई मेट्रो ट्रेन की प्रथम यात्रा का शुभारंभ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। अब जोका से तारातला तक मेट्रो सेवा आम जन के लिए उपलब्ध रहेगी। इस प्रदूषण मुक्त, सुविधाजनक और आरामदायक यात्रा की मधुर सौगात से कोलकाता के सभी निवासी काफी लाभान्वित होंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारतीय रेल आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा एवं दिशा निर्देशन में देश की जीवन रेखा की भूमिका निभाते हुए देश के सतत विकास योगदान में अपना बहुमूल्य योगदान दे रही है। इसी संदर्भ में आज उद्घाटित होने वाली परियोजनाओं के मुख्य बिंदु एक छोटे चलचित्र के माध्यम से आप सभी के अवलोकन हेतु प्रस्तुत।
ये है वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस, मेक इन इंडिया का शानदार उदाहरण। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के विजन से हुआ है इसका सृजन। जहां भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के विजन से हुआ है इसका सृजन। जहां भी जाती है साथ में लाती है सौगातें और समृद्धि की बहार। और आज पश्चिम बंगाल में देश की 7वीं वंदे भारत ट्रेन को लॉन्च कर रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी। गति, सुरक्षा और सेवा के ध्येय के साथ निर्मित वंदे भारत एक्सप्रेस नए भारत के तेजी से बदलते रेलवे का नया चेहरा है। पश्चिम बंगाल का ये नया हमसफर यात्रियों को यात्रा का एक नया और अद्भुत अनुभव प्रदान करेगा, क्योंकि ये ट्रेन जीपीएस आधारित ऑडियो विजुअल यात्री सूचना गैंगटॉक, दार्जिलिंग जाने वाले पर्यटकों की संख्या बढ़ाएगी, क्षेत्र में व्यवसाय और अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूती देगी। वंदे भारत के साथ पश्चिम बंगाल को कई बड़ी रेल परियोजनाओं की सौगात मिल रही है, जिन्हें रिकॉर्ड समय में पूरा किया गया है।
भारतीय रेलवे में भी जितनी अधीरता
नए प्रोजेक्ट्स की प्लानिंग की है, उतनी ही गंभीरता उनको समय पर पूरा करने की भी है।
भारत के शहरी परिवहन को सरल, सुलभ और पर्यावरण के प्रति कम दुष्प्रभावी बनाने के लिए सरकार तेजी से शहरों में मेट्रो सुविधा का प्रसार कर रही है। कोलकाता वासियों की सुविधा के लिए हो रहा है इसी प्रयास का विस्तार। आज प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी द्वारा कोलकाता के जोका से तारातल्ला तक मेट्रो रेल सेवा का शुभारंभ हो रहा है। अब कोलकाता का दक्षिणी हिस्सा भी शहर के मुख्य बिजनेस एरिया से जुड़ेगा। 6.5 किलोमीटर लंबे इस रूट में 6 एलिवेटेड स्टेशन हैं। डायमंड हार्बर का सफर जो सड़क से 30 से 40 मिनट में पूरा होता है, अब मेट्रो से 15 मिनट में पूरा होगा और इसका फायदा प्रतिदिन सफर करने वाले 25 से 30 हजार लोगों को मिलेगा। न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी स्टेशन रीडेवलपमेंट प्रोजेक्ट का भी आज शिलान्यास हो रहा है। जून 2025 तक ये स्टेशन विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाओं से युक्त पूर्वोत्तर का पहला अंतरराष्ट्रीय ट्रेन टर्मिनल बनेगा। इस हेरिटेज टर्मिनल को अगले 45 सालों तक रेल ट्रैफिक सुगम बनाने के विजन के साथ डिजाइन किया गया है। ट्रैफिक मैनेजमेंट, पोडियम पार्किंग, आगमन और प्रस्थान के लिए अलग द्वार, दिव्यांगों के लिए अलग सुविधाओं के साथ सीसीटीवी से लैस इस स्टेशन को ग्रीन बिल्डिंग बनाने के लिए सोलर एनर्जी, जल संरक्षण, वर्षा जल संचय की व्यवस्था होगी। साथ ही आज पश्चिम बंगाल को मिल रही है कई और सौगातें। 25.83 किलोमीटर लंबी पैंची शक्तिगढ़ थर्ड लाइन, जिससे हावड़ा और वर्धमान के मध्य बढ़ेगी यात्रियों की संख्या। 25.41 किलोमीटर लंबी दानकुनी चंदनपुर फोर्थ लाइन, जो बढ़ाएगी यात्रियों की सुविधा। छोटे व्यापारियों और श्रमिक वर्ग को होगा लाभ। निमतिता न्यू फरक्का डबल लाइन ट्रैक, जिससे हावड़ा और गुवाहाटी के बीच सफर में लगेगा कम समय। और अंबारी फालाकाता न्यू मैनागुड़ी गुमानीहाट डबलिंग प्रोजेक्ट, जिससे कूच बिहार और जलपाईगुड़ी क्षेत्र के विकास के खुलेंगे द्वार। यात्रा का समय घटेगा और क्षेत्रीय व्यापार बढ़ेगा। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में आजादी के बाद पहली बार भारतीय रेल की क्षमता को इतने बड़े स्तर पर इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा है। अब भारतीय रेल देश के साथ साथ संस्कृति, पर्यटन, तीर्थाटन को भी एक सूत्र में पिरो रही है। देश की प्रगति को मिलती रहे एक नई गति, इसके लिए निरंतर प्रयासरत है भारतीय रेल।
हमारे परम आदरणीय माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा नित नवीन पराकाष्ठा निर्मित की जा रही है, उसी दिशा में एक मील के पत्थर हैं आज के लोकार्पण और शुभारंभ किए जाने वाले परियोजनाएं। इस श्रृंखला में सबसे पहले आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय से सादर निवेदन करता हूं पूर्वोत्तर सीमांत रेलवे के न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी स्टेशन के पुनर्विकास परियोजना का वीडियो लिंक द्वारा शिलान्यास कर पूर्वोत्तर क्षेत्र की विकास यात्रा को आगे बढ़ाएं।
न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी रेलवे स्टेशन को 337 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाओं के साथ पहले अंतर्राष्ट्रीय ट्रेन टर्मिनल के रूप में 30 महीने की लक्षित अवधि में पुनर्विकसित किया जाएगा। इसमें लिफ्ट, एस्केलेटर, रूफटॉप प्लाजा, पोडियम पार्किंग के साथ अन्य विश्व स्तरीय सुविधाएं प्रदान की जाएंगी। ऊर्जा एवं जल संरक्षण के साथ वर्षा जल संचयन के माध्यम से इस स्टेशन को ग्रीन बिल्डिंग के रूप में भी विकसित किया जाएगा।
आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से रिमोट द्वारा जोका तारातला मेट्रो खंड का लोकार्पण करने का सादर अनुरोध।
₹2535 करोड़ रुपए की लागत वाली 6.5 किलोमीटर लंबी जोका तारातला मेट्रो परियोजना अब लोगों की सेवा के लिए तैयार है। यह बहुत गर्व का विषय कि कोलकाता में मेट्रो नेटवर्क की स्थापना के बाद से इसी एक वर्ष में मेट्रो रेलवे नेटवर्क में सबसे अधिकतम विस्तार 14.23 किलोमीटर का विस्तार वर्तमान वर्ष में हासिल किया गया। इस मधुर सौगात से कोलकाता और आसपास के क्षेत्र के निवासी बहुत लाभान्वित होंगे।
एक बार फिर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से सादर आग्रह, बेंची शक्तिगढ़ तीसरी लाइन का रिमोट द्वारा लोकार्पण कर राष्ट्र की सेवा में समर्पित करें।
बेंची शक्तिगढ़ तीसरी लाइन परियोजना एक महत्वपूर्ण सुपर क्रिटिकल परियोजना है, जिसे पूर्व रेलवे द्वारा रिकॉर्ड समय में सफलतापूर्वक पूरा किया गया। इस परियोजना से हावड़ा मंडल में मेल एक्सप्रेस और उपनगरीय ट्रेनों की पंक्चुअलिटी में सुधार होगा, मालगाड़ियों की औसत गति में वृद्धि होगी तथा उपनगरीय यात्रियों के साथ स्थानीय व्यवसायियों को लाभ पहुंचेगा। इस परियोजना के दौरान लगभग 20 लाख मानव दिवसों का भी प्रत्यक्ष रोजगार सृजित हुआ।
अब मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से दानकुनी चंदनपुर के बीच चौथी रेलवे लाइन का रिमोट द्वारा राष्ट्र की सेवा में समर्पित करने का सादर अनुरोध करता हूं।
565 करोड़ रुपए लागत वाली सुपर क्रिटिकल परियोजना में दानपुर चंदनपुर के बीच 25.4 किलोमीटर लंबी चौथी रेलवे लाइन का निर्माण हुआ। इस परियोजना से पश्चिम बंगाल की बेहद घनी आबादी वाले जिले हुगली के निवासी लाभान्वित होंगे। स्वचालित सिग्नलिंग से सुसज्जित इस लाइन में 100 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की गति और 25 टन अक्सर लोड के साथ ट्रेनों का त्वरित आवागमन होगा, जिसके परिणाम स्वरूप बेहतर गतिशीलता और थ्रूपुट प्राप्त होगा तथा उपनगरीय ट्रेनों की गति में भी वृद्धि होगी।
मैं आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री से साग्रह सविनय निवेदन करता हूं कि निम्नतिता न्यू फरक्का के बीच दोहरीकृत रेलवे लाइन को रिमोट द्वारा लोकार्पित करें।
254 करोड़ रुपए की लागत वाली निम्नतिता न्यू फरक्का दोहरीकरण परियोजना से हावड़ा से गुवाहाटी तक की यात्रा अवधि कम होगी। यह परियोजना घनी आबादी वाले मुर्शिदाबाद जिले में स्थित है और इस क्षेत्र के लोग इस परियोजना से काफी लाभान्वित होंगे। इस नवनिर्मित दोहरीकृत ट्रैक पर 100 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की गति एवं 25 टन अक्सर लोड के साथ ट्रेनों का परिचालन होगा। परिणाम स्वरूप ट्रेन ऑपरेशन में लचीलापन आएगा और अनुभागीय थ्रूपुट में भी वृद्धि होगी।
इसी क्रम में एक बार फिर आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से आमबाड़ी फालाकाटा न्यू मैनागुड़ी गुमानी हाट दोहरीकृत रेलवे लाइन को रिमोट द्वारा लोकार्पित करने के लिए
1461 करोड़ रुपए की लागत वाली 88.17 किलोमीटर लंबी आमबाड़ी फालाकाटा न्यू मैनागुड़ी गुमानी हाट दोहरीकरण परियोजना में पश्चिम बंगाल के 11 स्टेशन एवं 24 प्रमुख पुल शामिल हैं। कूच बिहार से जलपाईगुड़ी तक विस्तृत इस क्षेत्र की लंबी समय से चली आ रही मांग पूरी होगी, जिससे इस क्षेत्र के समग्र आर्थिक विकास के साथ कृषि उद्योग को भी बढ़ावा मिलेगा।
इन महत्वपूर्ण परियोजनाओं के लोकार्पण के पश्चात मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से सादर अनुरोध करता हूं कि वो यहाँ की सभा को अपने आशीर्वचन से अभिसंचित करें।
नमस्कार। पश्चिम बंगाल के राज्यपाल सीवी आनंद बोस जी, मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय ममता जी, केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल के मेरे सहयोगी अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, सुभाष सरकार जी, निशित प्रामाणिक जी, जॉन बारला जी, नेता विपक्ष शुभेंदु अधिकारी जी, सांसद प्रसून जी, मंच पर विराजमान अन्य साथी, देवी और सज्जनों, आज मुझे आप सबके बीच रूबरू आना था, लेकिन मेरे निजी कारणों के कारण मैं आप सबके बीच नहीं आ पाया हूं। इसके लिए मैं आपकी बंगाल की क्षमा चाहता हूं। बंगाल की पुण्य धरती को, कोलकाता की ऐतिहासिक धरती को आज मेरे लिए नमन करने का अवसर है। बंगाल के कण कण में आजादी के आंदोलन का इतिहास समाहित है। जिस धरती से वंदे मातरम का जयघोष हुआ, वहां अभी वंदे भारत ट्रेन को हरी झंडी दिखाई गई। आज 30 दिसंबर की तारीख का भी इतिहास में अपना बहुत महत्व है। 30 दिसंबर 1943 उस दिन ही नेताजी सुभाष ने अंडमान में तिरंगा फहराकर भारत की आजादी का बिगुल फूंका था। इस घटना के 75 वर्ष होने पर साल 2018 में मैं अंडमान गया था। नेताजी के नाम पर एक द्वीप का नामकरण भी किया था और अब इस समय देश आजादी के 75 वर्ष का पर्व मना रहा है, अमृत महोत्सव मना रहा है। इसी अमृत महोत्सव में देश ने 475 वंदे भारत ट्रेन शुरू करने का संकल्प लिया था। आज इसी में से एक हावड़ा न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी वंदे भारत ट्रेन यहां कोलकाता से शुरू हुई है। आज ही रेलवे और मेट्रो की कनेक्टिविटी से जुड़े अन्य प्रोजेक्ट्स का भी लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हुआ है। करीब 5,000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से जोका बीबीडी बाग मेट्रो प्रोजेक्ट पर काम हो रहा है। इसमें से जोका तरालता मेट्रो रूट बनकर तैयार हो गया है। इससे शहर के लोगों की ईज ऑफ लिविंग और बढ़ेगी। साथियों, कुछ देर बाद ही मुझे गंगा जी की स्वच्छता और पीने के पानी से जुड़ी अनेक परियोजनाएं पश्चिम बंगाल को सौंपने का अवसर मिलेगा। नमामि गंगे मिशन के तहत पश्चिम बंगाल में सीवरेज के 25 से ज्यादा प्रोजेक्ट्स को मंजूरी दी गई है। इनमें से 11 प्रोजेक्ट पहले ही पूरे हो चुके हैं और 7 प्रोजेक्ट आज पूरे हो रहे हैं। आज 1,500 करोड़ की लागत से 5 नई परियोजनाओं पर काम भी शुरू हो रहा है। इसमें जो प्रमुख है वो है आदि गंगा नदी का पुनरुद्धार। मुझे बताया गया है कि अभी आदि गंगा नदी की स्थिति दुर्भाग्य से बहुत खराब है। इसमें जो कूड़ा कचरा गिरता है, सीवर का गंदा पानी गिरता है, उसकी सफाई के लिए 600 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार किया जा रहा है। हम लोग अक्सर व्यक्ति के जीवन में प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ केयर की बात तो करते रहते हैं और हम कहते हैं कि दिनचर्या वो होनी चाहिए कि बीमारी की नौबत ही ना आए। ठीक इसी तरह नदी की गंदगी को साफ करने के साथ ही केंद्र सरकार प्रिवेंशन पर भी बहुत जोर दे रही है और इस प्रिवेंशन का सबसे बड़ा और आधुनिक तरीका है ज्यादा से ज्यादा आधुनिक सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट। आने वाले 10-15 साल बाद की जरूरतों को ध्यान में रखते हुए देश में आज ही आधुनिक सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट लगवाए जा रहे हैं। आजादी के अमृत काल में हमें फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग सोच और अप्रोच के साथ देश को आगे ले जाना है। साथियों, इस 21वीं सदी में भारत के तेज विकास के लिए भारतीय रेलवे का भी तेज विकास, भारतीय रेलवे में तेज सुधार, ये सारी बातें बहुत जरूरी हैं। इसलिए आज केंद्र सरकार भारतीय रेलवे को आधुनिक बनाने के लिए, रेलवे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को आधुनिक बनाने के लिए रिकॉर्ड इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रही है। आज भारत में भारतीय रेलवे के कायाकल्प का राष्ट्रव्यापी अभियान चल रहा है। आज वंदे भारत, तेजस, हमसफर जैसी आधुनिक ट्रेनें देश में बन रही हैं। आज विस्टाडोम कोचेज रेल यात्रियों को नए अनुभव करा रहे हैं। आज सुरक्षित आधुनिक कोचेज की संख्या में रिकॉर्ड वृद्धि हो रही है। आज रेलवे स्टेशन को भी एयरपोर्ट की तरह विकसित किया जा रहा है। न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी स्टेशन भी इसी लिस्ट में शामिल है। आज रेलवे लाइनों का दोहरीकरण, रेलवे लाइनों का बिजलीकरण जिस रफ्तार से हो रहा है वो पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। देश में जो ईस्टर्न और वेस्टर्न डेडिकेटेड फ्रेट कॉरिडोर बन रहे हैं वो लॉजिस्टिक्स सेक्टर में क्रांतिकारी बदलाव लाने वाले हैं। सुरक्षा हो, स्वच्छता हो, सामर्थ्य हो, सामंजस्य हो, समय की पाबंदी हो, सहूलियत हो, भारतीय रेलवे आज एक नई पहचान बनाने की हम सबकी कोशिश रंग ला रही है। बीते 8 वर्षों में भारतीय रेलवे ने आधुनिकता की नींव पर काम किया है। अब आने वाले 8 वर्ष में हम भारतीय रेलवे को आधुनिकता की नई यात्रा पर निकलते हुए देखेंगे। भारत जैसे युवा देश के लिए भारतीय रेल भी युवा अवतार लेने जा रहा है और इसमें निश्चित तौर पर 475 से ज्यादा वंदे भारत ट्रेनों की बड़ी भूमिका होगी। साथियों, आजादी के बाद के 7 दशकों में 20,000 रूट किलोमीटर रेल लाइन का बिजलीकरण हुआ। वहीं 2014 में हमारी सरकार बनने के बाद बीते 7-8 वर्षों में ही 32,000 रूट किलोमीटर से ज्यादा रेल लाइन का बिजलीकरण हो चुका है। ये है देश के काम करने की रफ्तार, रेलवे के आधुनिकीकरण की रफ्तार। और इस रफ्तार को तेज करने के लिए अब भारत में दुनिया के सबसे शक्तिशाली बिजली के रेल इंजनों का भी तेजी से निर्माण हो रहा है। साथियों, आज के भारत की स्पीड और स्केल का एक और प्रमाण हमारा मेट्रो रेल सिस्टम है। कोलकाता के लोग जानते हैं कि दशकों से मेट्रो रेल पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट का कितना बेहतरीन माध्यम रही है। 2014 से पहले तक देश में कुल मेट्रो नेटवर्क 250 किलोमीटर से भी कम था और इसमें भी सबसे बड़ी हिस्सेदारी दिल्ली एनसीआर की ही थी। केंद्र सरकार ने इस स्थिति को भी बदलता हुआ है, उसको बदलने का पूरा प्रयास किया है और बहुत तेजी से बदला है। बीते 8 वर्षों में हमने मेट्रो का 2 दर्जन से अधिक शहरों तक विस्तार किया है। आज देश के अलग अलग शहरों में लगभग 800 किलोमीटर ट्रैक पर मेट्रो चल रही है। 1000 किलोमीटर के नए मेट्रो रूट पर तेजी से काम चल रहा है। जोका बीबीडी बाग मेट्रो परियोजना इसी संकल्प का हिस्सा है। साथियों, पिछली सदी के भारत की 2 और बड़ी चुनौतियां रही हैं जिन्होंने देश के विकास पर बहुत नकारात्मक असर डाला है। एक चुनौती रही इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के कार्यों में विभिन्न एजेंसियों में तालमेल की कमी और दूसरी चुनौती रही ट्रांसपोर्ट के विभिन्न साधनों में भी आपसी तालमेल का जीरो होना। इसका नतीजा ये हुआ कि सरकार के एक विभाग को पता ही नहीं होता था कि दूसरा विभाग कहां नया काम शुरू करने वाला है। इसका खामियाजा देश के ईमानदार टैक्स पेयर को उठाना पड़ता था। देश का ईमानदार टैक्स पेयर हमेशा से सरकारी पैसे की बर्बादी से, परियोजनाओं में देरी से, भ्रष्टाचार से नफरत करता है। जब वो देखता है कि उसकी गाड़ी कमाई से दिए हुए टैक्स से गरीब का नहीं बल्कि किसी भ्रष्टाचारी का भला हो रहा है, तो उसका खिन्न होना स्वाभाविक है। पैसे की इसी बर्बादी को रोकने के लिए विभागों में, सरकारों में तालमेल को बढ़ाने के लिए पीएम गति शक्ति नेशनल मास्टर प्लान लागू किया गया है। अब चाहे विभिन्न राज्य सरकारें हो, अलग अलग सरकारी विभाग हो, कंस्ट्रक्शन से जुड़ी एजेंसियां हो या इंडस्ट्री के लोग हो, सब एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म पर आ रहे हैं। पीएम गति शक्ति देश में ट्रांसपोर्ट के अलग अलग माध्यमों को जोड़ने, मल्टी मॉडल कनेक्टिविटी के काम को भी गति दे रहा है। आज देश में रिकॉर्ड तेजी से हाईवे बन रहे हैं, एयरपोर्ट बन रहे हैं, वाटरवे बन रहे हैं, नए पोर्ट बन रहे हैं और इसमें भी सबसे बड़ी बात ये कि इन्हें अब इस तरह तैयार किया हाईवे बेहतर तरीके से रेलवे स्टेशनों से कनेक्ट हो, रेलवे स्टेशन एयरपोर्ट से कनेक्टिविटी हो, लोगों को ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के दौरान सीमलेस कनेक्टिविटी भी मिले। साथियों, 21वीं सदी में तेजी से आगे बढ़ने के लिए हमें देश के सामर्थ्य का सही इस्तेमाल करना होगा। मैं देश के लोगों को वाटरवेज का उदाहरण भी देना चाहता हूं। एक समय था जब भारत में व्यापार, कारोबार और टूरिज्म के लिए वाटरवेज का बड़े पैमाने पर इस्तेमाल होता था। इसलिए कितने ही शहर नदियों के किनारे बसे, नदियों के किनारे इतना औद्योगिक विकास हुआ, लेकिन इस सामर्थ्य को पहले सैकड़ों वर्षों की गुलामी और फिर आजादी के बाद की सरकारी उदासीनता ने तबाह कर दिया। अब भारत अपनी इस जल शक्ति को बढ़ाने पर काम कर रहा है। देश में 100 से ज्यादा वाटरवेज और विकसित किए जा रहे हैं। भारत की नदियों में आधुनिक क्रूज चले, व्यापार भी हो, टूरिज्म भी हो, इस दिशा में हम तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। केंद्र सरकार ने बांग्लादेश सरकार के सहयोग से गंगा और ब्रह्मपुत्र नदियों के बीच वाटरवे लिंक स्थापित करने पर भी काम किया है। मैं आज देश के लोगों को इससे जुड़ी भी एक जानकारी देना चाहता हूं। 13 जनवरी 2023 को काशी से, वाराणसी से एक क्रूज जा रहा है जो 3200 किलोमीटर लंबे वाटरवे से होते हुए, बांग्लादेश से होते हुए डिब्रूगढ़ तक पहुंचेगा। ये पूरे विश्व में अपनी तरह का अभूतपूर्व क्रूज होगा। ये भारत में बढ़ते क्रूज टूरिज्म का भी प्रतिबिंब बनेगा। मैं पश्चिम बंगाल के लोगों से भी आग्रह करूंगा कि इसका जरूर लाभ उठाएं। वैसे आज मैं एक और बात के लिए विशेष तौर पर बंगाल के लोगों को नमन करना चाहता हूं। बंगाल के लोगों में देश की मिट्टी के प्रति जो प्रेम रहा है, उसका तो मैं हमेशा कायल रहा हूं। देश के विभिन्न हिस्सों को जानने के लिए, देश के विभिन्न हिस्सों में भ्रमण के लिए बंगाल के लोगों में जो उत्साह होता है वो अद्भुत होता है। बहुत से लोग पहला मौका मिलते ही किसी और देश में घूमने निकल जाते हैं, लेकिन बंगाल के लोग हमेशा अपने देश को प्राथमिकता देते हैं। बंगाल के लोग पर्यटन में भी नेशन फर्स्ट की भावना को लेकर चलते हैं। और आज जब देश में कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ रही है, रेलवे, हाईवे, वाटरवे आधुनिक हो रहे हैं, तो इससे ईज ऑफ ट्रैवल भी उतना ही बढ़ रहा है। इसका बड़ा लाभ बंगाल के लोगों को भी मिल रहा है। साथियों, गुरुदेव टैगोर द्वारा रचित प्रसिद्ध पंक्तियां हैं, ओ ओमार देशेर माटी, तोमार पौरे ठेकाई माथा, यानी हे मेरे देश की माटी, मैं तुम्हारे आगे अपना सर झुकाता हूं। आजादी के इस अमृत काल में मातृभूमि को सर्वोपरि रखते हुए हमें मिलकर काम करना है। आज पूरी दुनिया भारत को बहुत भरोसे से देख रही है। इस भरोसे को बनाए रखने के लिए हर भारतीय को पूरी शक्ति लगा देनी है। हमें हर दिन का उपयोग राष्ट्र निर्माण में करना है, हर पल का उपयोग राष्ट्र निर्माण में करना है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अनेक परियोजनाओं के लिए बंगाल को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। फिर एक बार आपका अभिवादन करता हूं और मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Ministers address there as he flags off the Vande Bharat Express connecting Howrah to the new Jalpaiguri in West Bengal by video conferencing. So, Prime Minister resuming work there after the last rites of his mother was performed just a short while back. Prime Minister highlighting the significance of 30th of December, at the same time flagging off Vande Bharat Express connecting Howrah to the new Jalpaiguri in West Bengal by video conferencing. So, Prime Minister there saying that there is a need forward-looking approach, and this as he flags off the Vande Bharat Express that would connect Howrah to the new Jalpaiguri. Alright, news in brief. Mortal remains of Narendra Modi's mother, Hiraba Modi, were consigned to flames at the cremation ground in Gandhinagar. Prime Minister Modi and family has appealed to continue with the work. Prime Minister Modi arrived in Ahmedabad earlier today to pay tributes to his mother, Hiraba Modi. Paying tribute to his mother, Prime Minister Modi said that he always felt in her the presence of Trinity combining an ascetic's journey, a selfless doer and a life committed to values. Prime Minister Modi's mother, Hiraba, passed away at a hospital in Ahmedabad at the age of 100. She was admitted to UN Mehta Institute of Cardiology and Research Center after her health deteriorated. Prime Minister Modi recalled that when he met his mother on her 100th birthday, she had told him work with intelligence and live life with purity. Meanwhile, leaders from across the party lines paid tributes to Prime Minister's mother, Hiraba, who passed away in Ahmedabad 2 days after she was hospitalized. Slipping into a very short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you the latest on the medical health of cricketer Rishabh Pant after he met with an accident on the UP-Dehradun highway. Also coming up on the other side, details in Tunisha's death case as mother makes sensational charge, says Shehzan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling. This grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती, क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI.
Getting in the latest on Rishabh Pant's accident, the accident that he met with on the highway. In fact, we are now given to understand that Rishabh Pant suffered multiple injuries when his BMW car collided with a road driver on the Delhi-Dehradun highway early this morning. In fact, the visuals there on your screens that we've been getting of the CCTV that we've accessed just that very moment when Rishabh Pant's car met with that accident, and the visuals there of the car charred post the crash, and the visuals on the right of Rishabh Pant who sustained injuries in this car accident. Let's play out that reaction coming in from the Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami.
सब पंथ का अभी रुड़की के पास एक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है और उनको चोट आई है। उनको वहाँ से देहरादून के लिए शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है, हायर जिस सब सेंटर को रिफ़र किया गया है, और हम पूरी उनकी निगरानी कर रहे हैं। सब चीज़ से मैं स्वयं जानकारी ले रहा हूँ और उनको शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है। सारे जो उनकी चिकित्सा है उस चिकित्सा की संपूर्ण व्यवस्था वहाँ पर हो रही है और मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि वो जल्दी स्वस्थ हो जाए।
So as we speak, constantly getting those updates on Rishabh Pant, who's currently being treated at a Dehradun hospital. In fact, we also spoke to the Uttarakhand DGP Ashok Kumar. Listen in on what he had to say on this accident that Rishabh Pant met with at the Delhi-Dehradun highway.
ऋषभ पंत की गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट हो गया है, क्या कंडीशन है अभी सर उनकी?
ठीक है। तो
आपकी बातचीत हुई?
नहीं, हमारे लोगों की हुई है। तो खुद बोल रहा काफी, मतलब अपने आप ही उसने बताया कि मैं थोड़ा, मेरे को झपकी आ गई थी।
अच्छा, अकेले ड्राइव कर रहे थे?
हाँ, उसको झपकी आ गई थी तो वो डिवाइडर से टकरा गए। तो कोई पैर में शायद लिगामेंट इंजरी है और थोड़ा सा चेहरे पे कट, हेड की तरफ कोई कट है छोटा सा, मैंने लोकेशन नहीं देखा।
सर बर्न इंजरी भी है क्योंकि हमारे पास जो विजुअल है उनमें उनके पीठ पर कई जख्म दिख रहे हैं।
हो सकता है, तो वो मैक्स में आ गए हैं क्योंकि गाड़ी तो उनकी पूरी बर्न हो गई ना, तो बाहर आ जाता लकीली।
सर कितने बजे का हादसा है?
बता रहे हैं 5:30।
और सर उनकी गाड़ी जब आग लगी तो कैसे बाहर आए? क्या उनके साथ कोई और था या किसी तरीके की कोई मदद पहुंची?
या तो वो शीशा खुद टूटा है, विंड स्क्रीन, या उन्होंने तोड़ा है, मतलब विंड स्क्रीन के से बाहर आए।
अच्छा सर अभी क्या उनको दिल्ली शिफ्ट करने का कोई प्लान है?
नहीं, ऐसा तो कोई नहीं बता रहे कोई।
तो सब कुछ यानी अंडर कंट्रोल है, बेसिकली उनका जो है वो गंभीर नहीं है किसी तरीके से?
हाँ, मतलब वो इंजरीज तो मतलब गंभीर नहीं है, सीरियस नहीं, बहुत सीरियस नहीं है।
So the 25-year-old cricketer Rishabh Pant was en route home to Roorkee when he suffered, when he met with this accident. In fact, it happened early this morning. His condition is said to be stable. We'll constantly get you all those updates as he's currently being treated at the Dehradun hospital. A very short break coming up. On the other side, we'll get you the latest as it's a befitting tribute to Hiraba. Prime Minister Modi resumes duties after funeral. And Tunisha's mother makes sensational charge, says Shehzan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were travelling. This grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती, क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were travelling. This grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered.
Top headlines at 12:30. Prime Minister Modi's mother breathes her last at the age of 100 in Ahmedabad. From union ministers to opposition leaders, nation pays tribute to Hiraba. It's a befitting tribute to Hiraba. Prime Minister resumes duties after funeral. Big infra boost to West Bengal. Prime Minister flags off major projects virtually. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car meets with an accident, remains critical. Tunisha's mother makes sensational charge, says Shehzan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam. And we start with our top focus this afternoon. The latest we are picking up on the health status of Rishabh Pant, the cricketer, who's currently admitted at Max Hospital in Dehradun. Remember, his car met with an accident earlier this morning at the Delhi-Dehradun highway. This morning, the 25-year-old who was en route to his home in Roorkee was taken to a local hospital. We are being told that his condition is said to be stable. However, he suffered multiple injuries on his head, back, feet, but is currently in a stable condition. In fact, the statement also coming in from the SSP of Haridwar, who says that Rishabh Pant met with an accident in Mangalore in Haridwar district when his car hit a divider, at 5:30 a.m. this morning. He was rushed to a local hospital in Roorkee, from where he was referred later to Max Hospital in Dehradun. So as we speak, he's currently being treated at Max Hospital in Dehradun. The accident happened at the Delhi-Dehradun highway. So the latest we are coming in right now is that the first X-rays suggest that there is no fracture and that there are no burns on Pant's body despite his car catching fire. So those visuals there on your screens of that moment of car crash, the CCTV that we've accessed from that particular, that captures the exact moment when the car met with the accident, and the next visual that shows the car in flames just after the accident happened, and the visual there that shows Pant's car charred, and of course the visuals coming in right now of Pant being treated at the Max Hospital in Dehradun as we speak. Remember, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has also taken stock and has spoken to the family members of Rishabh Pant, and also said that the Uttarakhand government will bear the entire expense of Pant's treatment. We also have Suyesha joining us from the Delhi newsroom. Suyesha, if you can help us understand the latest we are learning as far as the health status of Rishabh Pant is concerned.
Oh yes, so the latest of course is that he's still receiving treatment, and we are awaiting the medical bulletin from Max Hospital in Dehradun, where the treatment is underway. Also, I'd like to add that Jai Shah has now put out a tweet, Samiksha. The tweet that reads, and I quote, "My thoughts and prayers are with Rishabh Pant as he fights his way back to recovery. I have spoken to his family and the doctors treating him. Rishabh is stable, he's undergoing scans. We are closely monitoring his progress and we provide him with all the necessary support." So you see that the situation is being watched very, very closely by the Uttarakhand Chief Minister, by the BCCI. Jai Shah also putting out a tweet to this effect, where he's saying that he is stable. So that certainly comes in as a sigh of relief for all the fans who have been praying for his speedy recovery. But the very fact that he's undergoing scans, and the doctors want to be sure before they put out a medical bulletin, because earlier details did suggest that he had received injuries on his head, on his knee, on his shins, and he could have suffered some fractures as well, but no confirmation on that yet, Samiksha, because some reports are also suggesting that he may have dozed off while he was driving. He was on the wheel, let's not forget that, and the car may have collided, and the car did in fact collide into the divider. That's when he quickly got out of the car, and soon it caught fire. We of course saw the condition of his car. It was a Mercedes-Benz that was completely charred. So you can imagine the intensity and the way the car must have collided of the injuries that have been caused to Rishabh Pant. A lot of tweets that have been coming in from other cricketers, including Sehwag and Gambhir, who are wishing him a speedy recovery, and the entire sporting fraternity really praying that he recovers at the earliest and he should be able to get back to the game. But important, because this tweet is coming from the BCCI, where Jai Shah is saying that we are providing him with all the necessary support, also saying that he's stable, he's undergoing scans, also adding that we're closely monitoring his progress. Now we obviously understand, Samiksha, that in case any injuries to a cricketer, it is obviously the responsibility of the BCCI and the cricketing body to ensure that they have all the specialists, experts, nutritionists looking after, so that their injuries can be healed at the earliest, because they obviously have to be ready for the game. So that of course is right now not something that is the priority. Right now it's only his good health and the fact that he gets back to shape at the earliest, and which is exactly what all the authorities are very closely monitoring, be it the Uttarakhand police that had also looked into details of that accident, or the Uttarakhand authorities, the Chief Minister office itself, and even the BCCI.
Yes. So Yesha, stay with us. We are also given to understand that this accident happened when Rishabh Pant dozed off, and that when his car collided with the divider. If you could give us more details on that.
See, very honestly, Samiksha, we are still waiting for the police to put out a confirmation on that. But remember, this is as per initial reports, because he was on the wheel. He was alone in the car. There was no co-passenger with him. He was driving from Uttarakhand to Delhi, and this happened somewhere close to Roorkee. Now, we understand that this journey is about 5 hours, and obviously it is a winter morning. In this entire stretch, visibility obviously takes a hit. At 5:30 in the morning, it's usually pitch dark in this season of the year in the north, in this entire belt between Uttarakhand and Delhi, and it is foggy. So any which way, it is very difficult for cars to maneuver their way through, because on highways, very often your speed limit crosses 80 kilometers per hour to 100 kilometers per hour, especially with such luxury vehicles which move on a very, very high speed. But as the police looked into the details of the accident, it was not caused because some heavy vehicle collided with that car, or somebody may have come in front, is often the reasons for any highway accident that usually occurs. Here, it was his own car that collided into the divider, that rammed straight away into the divider, and you see the intensity of that accident. You see how the car caught fire and it was completely charged. So, thankfully, Rishabh Pant is alive, because in such cases, sometimes, unfortunately, the accident can also be fatal. So he is survived, but it's really about him now recovering and awaiting from the doctors to really get a confirmation on what the extent of the injuries are and how much time he will take to recover.
Yes, so Yesha, just hold your thoughts for a moment. We have Ratan Negi also joining us live from outside the Max Hospital, where Rishabh Pant is currently being treated. Ratan, हमें थोड़ा लेटेस्ट बताइए, अभी हेल्थ सिचुएशन कैसी है, हॉस्पिटल में क्या बोल रहे हैं, कितना टाइम लगेगा, ये जो ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा है, हमें ये भी पता लग रहा है कि अभी MRA अंडरवे है ऋषभ पंत का.
देखिए, इस वक्त हम देहरादून के अस्पताल के बाहर खड़े हुए, ये तमाम तस्वीरें हम देख रहे हैं अस्पताल की है, और यहाँ की अगर हम बात की जाए तो इस वक्त अस्पताल के अंदर अगर हम बात करें तो ऋषभ पंत अपनी मां के साथ मौजूद है. डॉक्टर्स इस वक्त उनके MRI, CT स्कैन, जो तमाम टेस्ट है वो इस वक्त लगातार कर रहे हैं. लगभग सुबह 5:30 बजे रुड़की के मंगलू क्षेत्र में ये बड़ा सड़क हादसा यहाँ पर हुआ था, और उसके बाद 3 घंटे सुशील नागर जो डॉक्टर्स है उन्होंने रुड़की में उनका इलाज किया. कार बुरी तरह से, जिस तरह से जलकर खाक हुई, और जलने से पहले कार का शीशा टूटा, और उस टूटी हुई शीशे की बदौलत ही ऋषभ पंत कार से बाहर निकले, ऐसा यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है. इस वक्त मैं इस अस्पताल के अंदर उनका इलाज जारी है. डॉक्टरों की टीम लगातार देखरेख में इलाज कर रही है. कुछ देर बाद मेडिकल बुलेटिन भी यहाँ पर जारी हो सकता है. इसके साथ ही जो डॉक्टर्स हैं आशीष यज्ञ, उन्होंने बयान यहाँ पर दिया है. उन्होंने कहा है कि उनकी हालत स्थिर है. चोट अगर बात की जाए तो कंधे पर यहाँ पर चोट बताई जा रही है, पीठ पर चोट बताई जा रही है, माथे पर भी यहाँ पर चोट बताई जा रही है, और पैर में फ्रैक्चर होने की संभावना है. हालांकि जो पूरी जांच है, जांच होने के बाद जो रिपोर्ट निकल कर आएगी उसके बाद ही कुछ कहा जा सकता है. लेकिन जो टीम है, जो डॉक्टर्स की टीम है, वो कह रही है कि उनकी हालत इस वक्त अभी स्थिर है. वो आराम से बात कर रहे हैं. उनकी माताजी भी उनके साथ इस वक्त अस्पताल में मौजूद है. अब से कुछ देर बाद डॉक्टर्स मेडिकल बुलेटिन जब जारी करेंगे उसके बाद क्या कुछ वो यहाँ पर बताते हैं. इसके साथ ही अगर बात की जाए तो उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी ने खुद ऋषभ पंत जी की माताजी से बात की है, उनके स्वास्थ्य का हालचाल जाना है. साथ ही ये भी कहा है कि उत्तराखंड की राज्य की जो सरकार है वो उनके साथ खड़ी है, और अगर जरूरत पड़ी तो एयर एम्बुलेंस के जरिए उनको यहाँ से दिल्ली भी शिफ्ट किया जा सकता है. तो इस वक्त देहरादून के अस्पताल की बात की जाए, तमाम जो लोग हैं यहाँ पर, जो उनके प्रशंसक है, वो भी दूर से यहाँ तक जानकारी मिल रही है कि उनसे यहाँ तक मिलने के लिए पहुंचने वाले हैं, और डॉक्टर की टीम जो है वो इस वक्त अपना काम कर रही है. तो कुछ ही समय बाद मालूम चल पाएगा कि आखिरकार उनकी हालत में कितना सुधार है. फिलहाल डॉक्टर की जो बयान है उनके अनुसार उनकी जो स्थिति है अभी स्थिर है.
रतन, हमारे साथ बने रहिए. हमें आप थोड़ा सा और बता सकते हैं, जो दर्शक अभी जुड़ रहे हैं हमारे साथ, क्या हम कह सकते हैं कि ऋषभ पंत की तबीयत अभी खतरे से बाहर है?
बिल्कुल हम ये कह सकते हैं कि उनके जो स्वास्थ्य है वो खतरे से बाहर है, क्योंकि जो देखिए जिस तरह से अगर बात की जाए सुबह 5:30 बजे बड़ा हादसा यहाँ पर हुआ, उसके बाद 3 घंटे वो खुद कार से बाहर निकले और 3 घंटे रुड़की में जो डॉक्टर सुशील नागर है उन्होंने उनका ट्रीटमेंट किया। उन्होंने भी कहा कि जो उनकी हालत है वो स्थिर है। और यहाँ पर अगर बात की जाए देहरादून के मैक्स अस्पताल की अगर बात की जाए, हर रेफर या सेंटर है यहाँ के, अगर हम बात करें तो यहाँ के डॉक्टरों से जो बात की है, जो आशीष जी से बात हुई, उन्होंने भी इस बात को कहा है कि उनकी हालत उनकी स्थिर है। हालांकि पैर में चोट यहाँ पर बताई जा रही है, इसके साथ ही पीठ पर चोट यहाँ पर बताई जा रही है, माथे पर थोड़ी चोट बताई जा रही है, लेकिन खतरे की कोई बात नहीं है, ये यहाँ के डॉक्टरों का अभी यहाँ पर कहना है।
जी रतन हमारे साथ बने रहिए. Suyesha also continues to be with us. Suyesha, for our viewers also who are just tuning in, if you can take us through the sequence of events, how it unfolded. We are given to understand that it was around early morning at around 5:21 a.m. when this accident happened, when the car collided with the divider at the highway.
Exactly. So this is how it happened. Like you mentioned, Samiksha, he was traveling from Uttarakhand to Delhi. This happened somewhere around Roorkee. He was on the highway. It happened at 5:30 in the morning. Like we were talking earlier, it's a cold winter morning. This entire stretch, pitch dark, early in the morning at this point where visibility takes a hit. It is usually very foggy. Plus, we also understand that on the highways, the cars move at a very, very fast speed, where the speed limit many a times crosses 80 to 100 kilometers per hour. Now he was obviously in his Mercedes Benz, a very sturdy vehicle. So in that sense, given the intensity of the accident, you can imagine how the collision must have been. Now this was not with any heavy vehicle, this was not with any other vehicle, this was not because somebody had crossed the road and he had to pull the brakes immediately. It was none of that. It was basically because the car collided into this divider, it rammed into that divider, and reports suggesting that he may have dozed off, he may have fallen asleep. Obviously those hours of the morning, and then we also understand, Samiksha, that he must have woken up early, he must have left at this point, he must be in a rush to get back to Delhi, and which is why he chose to drive himself at this point. There was no driver driving him, he was alone, there was no co-passenger, he drove himself from Uttarakhand to Delhi, and he was on his way when this accident happened. Now to his good luck, to his good fortune, good sense prevailed. He immediately got out of the car the moment the car collided, and soon after we saw what happened to the car itself. It completely got charred, it got fire, and it has now been reduced to what you see. But he was then rushed to the Max Hospital in Dehradun, where he's undergoing treatment. Now, like Ratan is also telling us that no details yet of whether he will be moved to Delhi. That can be done if the doctors indicate so. So he can be airlifted and moved to Delhi.
हाईवे पर जो है ऋषभ पंत जी दिल्ली से आ रहे थे अपने घर की ओर, तो वहां डिवाइडर से गाड़ी लड़ने के कारण जो पलटी थी, इसके बाद उसमें आग लग गई थी. वहीं पर हरियाणा रोडवेज की एक बस भी जा रही थी, उनके ड्राइवर थे सुशील कुमार, इनके द्वारा तत्काल कंडक्टर के साथ उसमें मदद की गई और 112 को फोन किया गया. चूंकि नारसन चेक पोस्ट पर हमारी पुलिस वहां रहती, वहां 10 मिनट के अंदर ही पुलिस पहुंचने के बाद उनको एम्बुलेंस के माध्यम से जो है नियर बाई हॉस्पिटल में लाया गया प्राथमिक उपचार के लिए, जहां पर डॉक्टर ने बताया कि वो खतरे से बाहर है, उनको कोई ग्रीवियस इंजरी नहीं है, लेकिन उनको हायर सेंटर के लिए रेफर करने के लिए बताया गया, जिसमें लाइफ सेविंग हमारी जो एम्बुलेंस होती है उसको अरेंज करने के बाद उनको हायर सेंटर दून मैक्स हॉस्पिटल भेज दिया गया, जहां पर वो सकुशल पहुंच भी चुके हैं. साथ ही साथ उनकी मदर को भी सूचना मिलने के बाद पुलिस द्वारा जो है उनको घर भेज के गाड़ी उनको लाया गया और उनके साथ वो उनको रवाना हुई. प्राथमिक जो जानकारी मिली है उसमें यह पता चला है कि झपकी लगने के कारण जो मॉर्निंग में रहता है, इस कारण से जो है गाड़ी अनियंत्रित होकर लड़ गई थी. बाकी अन्य पहलुओं के लिए भी हम इसमें हमारी टीम जो है सीसीटीवी फुटेज अन्य चीजों की जांच कर रही है. बाकी अभी तक की जो जानकारी है उसमें वो सकुशल है, कोई लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग इंजरीज नहीं है.
Police official. In fact, on that note, let's listen in to that conversation that Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami had with the family of Rishabh Pant just early this morning.
लोगों से बात कर ली है ना, अच्छा इलाज करेंगे, अच्छी जो भी चिकित्सा वगैरह सब अच्छा होगा. तो आप चिंता मत करिएगा, मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं ना, जल्दी ठीक हो जाएगा, घबराइएगा नहीं. हाँ ठीक है माता, ठीक है, ठीक है. लोगों से बात कर ली है ना, अच्छा इलाज करेंगे, अच्छी जो भी चिकित्सा वगैरह सब अच्छा होगा. तो आप चिंता मत करिएगा, मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं ना, जल्दी ठीक हो जाएगा, घबराइएगा नहीं. हाँ ठीक है माता, ठीक है, ठीक है.
All right, Ratan Negi, of course, continues to be with us, and so is Suyesha. Ratan Negi reporting live from outside the Max Hospital in Dehradun, where Rishabh Pant is currently undergoing treatment. Ratan, अगर आप हमें थोड़ा बता सकते हैं, कब तक पता लग सकता है अगर ऋषभ पंत को रेफर करा जाएगा दिल्ली हॉस्पिटल के लिए?
देखिए, जो डॉक्टर्स की टीम है मैक्स अस्पताल की, वो लगातार इस बात को कह रही है कि जो एमआरआई है वो इस वक्त यहाँ पर चल रहा है। उनकी माता जी उनके साथ मौजूद है। इसके साथ ही बात की जाए उनके एक दो और जो परिचित है वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है। और जो डॉक्टर्स की टीम है वो एक एक चीज को बारीकी से यहाँ पर देखिए, क्योंकि क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत क्रिकेटर है और विकेट कीपिंग भी करते हैं। तो हालांकि 5:30 बजे जब सुबह ये हादसा हुआ तो खुद वो कार से निकल करके ही खुद ही बाहर निकले, और गाड़ी की कंडीशन क्या रही, गाड़ी किससे जलकर खाकी, ये तस्वीरें बयां कर रही है कि कितना बड़ा ये सड़क हादसा था। तो ऐसे में ऋषभ पंत क्रिकेटर है, विकेट कीपिंग भी करते हैं, तो डॉक्टर्स कहीं पर कोई भी चूक नहीं करना चाहते, इसलिए बारीकी से उनके जो टेस्ट है सब टेस्ट यहाँ पर किए जा रहे हैं। और जो मेडिकल जो रिपोर्ट बुलेटिन निकलेगा उसमें एक एक चीज बारीकी से निकली जाएगी। वो देखेंगे कि अगर ये जो चीजें हैं, अगर प्लास्टिक सर्जरी की अगर जरूरत पड़ती है, मान लिया जाए अगर डॉक्टर्स ये एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, तो क्या वो यहाँ संभव है या फिर दिल्ली रेफर किया जा सकता है। ये तमाम चीजें हैं, तो इस पर डॉक्टर समय ले रहा है और पूरी गंभीरता से पूरी केस को अच्छे तरीके से जो बात की जाए उसको स्टडी कर रहा है। तो स्टडी करने के बाद ही कुछ चीज हम बता पाएंगे अपने दर्शकों को। लेकिन इस वक्त जो है, जो देहरादून के मैक्स अस्पताल की जो डॉक्टर्स जो पैनल्स हैं, ये जो टीम है वो
रतन नेगी हमारे साथ बने रहिए। वी हैव डॉक्टर सुशील नागर, चेयरपर्सन ऑफ सक्षम हॉस्पिटल, जॉइनिंग अस. वी गिवन टू अंडरस्टैंड ऋषभ पंत वाज द फर्स्ट, इन फैक्ट फर्स्ट रीच्ड हियर फॉर दिस ट्रीटमेंट. सर, थैंक यू हमसे बात करने के लिए. इफ यू कैन टेल अस हाउ एग्जैक्टली वाज द हेल्थ कंडीशन स्टेटस ऑफ ऋषभ पंत व्हेन ही वाज फर्स्ट एडमिटेड टू दिस हॉस्पिटल. Dr. Sushil Nagarji, if you can hear us, if you can tell us about Rishabh Pant when he was first admitted to this hospital where you work, how exactly was the situation just that very time when Rishabh Pant was brought to the hospital?
Hello.
जी, अगर आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है, सुशील नागर जी, अगर आप हमें थोड़ा बता सकते हैं ऋषभ पंत की तबीयत कैसी है, जब उनको लाया गया था तो उनकी सिचुएशन कैसी थी, किस हालत में वो लाए गए थे सुबह जब ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ था 5:30 बजे के करीब.
गुड आफ्टरनून. हेलो.
जी जी, हमें सुनाई दे रहा है, प्लीज बताइए.
आपको मेरी. हेलो. हेलो.
All right, we seem to have lost that connection. We'll try connecting with Dr. Sushil Nagar, chairperson of the Saksham Hospital again. We are given to understand that Rishabh Pant was first taken to this hospital in Roorkee, following which he was then taken to the Max Hospital in Dehradun, where he's currently undergoing the MRI. In fact, we are also given to understand that later he could be referred to the Delhi hospital. So constantly getting those updates, and while we try to connect with Dr. Sushil Nagar again, Suyesha, of course, continues to be with us. Suyesha, for our viewers also who are just tuning in, if you can take us to the latest that you're picking up in terms of the health status of Rishabh Pant.
Yes, absolutely. So, like we are hearing from our colleague Ratan Negi also, and our colleagues sending us all the inputs, the BCCI is saying that his condition is fairly stable, but he's undergoing scans right now. We just broke the details of how the MRI is underway. So, primarily, obviously, Samiksha, we understand that every possible care and caution will be taken while the medical bulletin of Rishabh Pant is put out. He's a part of the Indian cricket team. And most importantly, there are the best of doctors, the best of orthopedics who are watching his condition very, very closely and consulting among each other to really put out details of how he is now. That will be in some time, but Max Hospital in Dehradun is where he is. No indication yet of whether he will be moved to Delhi anytime soon. If need be, that can be done on an immediate basis where he can be airlifted. But for now, we are being told that his condition is stable. The BCCI is watching very closely. We did tell you a while ago that he had received injuries on his head, on the knees and on the shin, and there could be a fracture, but that is of course a confirmation that is not coming from his doctors in particular. So we are awaiting that. Fans across the country praying that he recovers at the earliest. And it was a very, very narrow escape, Samiksha, because we see how his Mercedes just burned burnt, just completely charred. So he just had a narrow escape. He got out of the car on time, but he obviously did suffer injuries given the fact that the intensity with which the collision was. And I also have my colleague Yash joining us in the newsroom, who's picking up more details on.
So a lot of cricketers have responded to the news for the accident. It has included Rashid Khan, Ricky Ponting, who is the coach of Delhi Capitals, and he has said he hopes that he mends and gets back on his feet soon. Irfan Pathan, Ravichandran Ashwin, Gautam Gambhir, everyone has commented on the horrific accident that has taken place on Delhi-Dehradun highway, and everyone is hoping that Rishabh Pant recovers quickly from this accident, because as seen from the visuals, it looks like a very, very serious accident, and he's an important cricketer for our team, an important member of our team heading into the Cricket World Cup, which takes place next year. And everyone is hoping that the star cricketer gets back on his feet soon. And Virender Sehwag, Anil Kumble, everyone has commented on it, and they are saying that wishing him a speedy recovery for that.
Oh yes, absolutely. And those are the very tweets coming in from all the cricketers who are wishing him early recovery. Let's also understand that he was... in fact, he was recently dropped from the T20I team announced for the series against Sri Lanka, and was supposed to join the National Cricket Academy for strength and conditioning program ahead of February's Border Gavaskar Trophy against Australia. So that is something that Rishabh Pant was preparing for. And just earlier, Pant had celebrated Christmas in Dubai with MS Dhoni and his family. He had also shared pictures of the same on social media, where he was in the same frame with Dhoni and his wife Sakshi. So all was going well, really, Yash. But until Rishabh Pant decided to leave early in the morning, in the wee hours of the morning, from Uttarakhand to Delhi, and he was all alone. There was no driver who was with him in the car or drove him. There was no co-passenger. So obviously he took the decision of driving and coming to Delhi early in the morning. He may have had some work, but the very fact that it is a cold winter morning, visibility takes a hit. It is pitch dark during this time, 5:30 in the morning, and then again we are getting details of how the car collided, rammed into that that divider, which caused the accident. Like Yash is also telling us, a lot of these tweets coming in from his colleagues Sehwag, Gambhir, Irfan Pathan, who are wishing him speedy recovery.
So it hasn't been a great time for Rishabh Pant in the cricketing sense, also in his personal life also. So we have seen he is being dropped from the ODI and the T20 squad also, and he was heading back. It has been said that he's heading back home to meet his relatives, and he'll head back to NCA for the training to get his. So the Border Gavaskar Trophy is going to take place soon, and they need him for the wicket-keeping duties, where he's one of the most important members in our test squad, one of the biggest performers in the test team in the last 1 year. So we need him as a main batsman and a wicketkeeper for him. He was going for strength training in his knees. So after the accident, it could be a little harmful for the Indian team heading into the series against Australia, which is extremely important, as it is a world test championship is in focus right now. India needs to win most of the matches against Australia, which is going to be a huge series for us. And right now he suffered a very serious accident. It is a problem for the Indian cricket team also.
And we are trying to get in touch with more of his colleagues, Yash, on the phone line. I believe we have with us on the phone, if Samiksha can throw more light on that, to speak on Rishabh Pant's health. Samiksha, over to you.
All right, we have A.N. Sharma, Sehwag's coach, joining us. So thank you for taking out time and speaking to us. Of course, while Rishabh Pant is recuperating, if I can get your first thoughts, as we all pray for Rishabh Pant to just get back very soon.
It's very unfortunate, and we wish that he recovers soon and come back and see him in the ground again. It's really sad that this accident has happened, and when the series are coming up against Australia. So really, I think if he recovers soon, that will be better. Otherwise, he'll be missing all the series.
All right, thank you for speaking to us. So, N. Sharma, cricket coach, speaking to Republic on Rishabh Pant's health. This, of course, as Rishabh Pant is there getting treated at the hospital in Dehradun. We're also given to understand that he could be referred to Delhi hospital. Slipping into a very short break for now, but news breaks to continue on the other side. It's a befitting tribute to Hiraba. Prime Minister resumes duties after funeral. Tunisha's mother makes sensational charge, says Shehzan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास दो चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या दो बच्चों की जान बचाओ. व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत. आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड. नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि एक आम इंसान की जाती है ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है. मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है. सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So, there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि एक आम इंसान की जाती है ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है. मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ.
All right, viewers, we're live and breaking, and the top story right now is what happened, Rishabh Pant's accident which has happened, and we have a new visual which has come out as well. As you can see that Pant's car met with an accident, and we have those exact visuals for you which will play out on your screens. Now, Pant is critically injured in the accident. He's being treated as this point of time. The entire nation and many tweets are coming in wishing him a speedy recovery. So he recovers quickly from this accident. He has sustained serious injuries, viewers. Luckily, he got out of the accident. He survived it, but he's injured. He's injured, and of course, everyone wishing that he gets well soon. There's a new visual on your screen right now. Rishabh Pant just after the accident. That is on your screen. Just after the accident, viewers. These are exclusive images that only Republic TV has accessed, where the star keeper Rishabh Pant is seen suffering from injuries. You can see that he is grievously injured and he is even bleeding in that video that we are playing for you on the screens. This is in fact just seconds after the crash. Just moments after the crash, you can see the visuals on the screen of Rishabh Pant. You can see that some people are helping him as well. There's some people who are helping him walk. There's some people who are attending to him just after the accident. So these are the visuals coming in on your screen, viewers, of Rishabh Pant. Now remember that Also, we are getting many reactions coming in, wishing him a speedy recovery. Pushkar Singh Dhami has also said that he's monitoring the situation very closely, he's making sure that he gets the right treatment. At this point of time, remember that this is a major accident which had transpired while he was returning from Delhi to Uttarakhand. His car collided and the car even caught fire, viewers. The car even caught fire. The car, which is a luxury car, it is completely charred, Right now, the visuals coming in of Rishabh Pant just after that accident, and he's being helped right now. It seems as if some local people attended to him first just after the accident. You can see that there's some people surrounding him. 1 or 2 people are there helping him. They are also making sure that he is doing fine. We can see that he is speaking to somebody as well. Even though he is injured, he's trying to speak. He's trying to find out what really happened. He is in his senses after that injury. Of course, right now he is being treated right now. He has got injured grievously. We also know that Rishabh Pant was, from what we know so far, he was alone in the car at the time of the accident. And according to the Uttarakhand police, he broke the windscreen to get out of that burning car. So what we know is that he was alone, number one. Number two, after the accident, he helped himself. That is right, viewers. Rishabh Pant had to help himself get out of that burning car. He had to help himself. There was nobody there at that point of time. He had to help himself. And let's go across to Suesha. And also we have been joined by Yash as well. Now we are seeing the visuals on our screen, Suesha and Yash. We can see that at this point of time, how Rishabh Pant, after the accident, he's doing fine, but we can see that he's seriously injured.
And that is very, very evident from what the final state that the car landed in. The car was completely charred after it caught fire. So you can only imagine, Shivangi, the intensity with which that Mercedes must have collided into the divider. And this is a sturdy vehicle that we are talking about. It is a luxury vehicle. These vehicles are designed for the very fact that they can take that impact. But how strong must the impact have been that you see that the car immediately caught fire. It was, of course, charred to ashes. But the condition that Rishabh Pant is and how he must have gotten out of the vehicle, then again, good fortune that Rishabh Pant managed to survive this accident. Because, Shivangi, in some cases, such an accident can prove fatal, but he has survived. And that certainly is some sense of relief for the fans, for the cricketing fraternity. But it is about the injuries he now suffers from. A lot of his colleagues who have been putting down tweets wishing him speedy recovery. Yash also here is picking up details of what now is what has been stalled for Rishabh Pant given his accident. Because remember, the BCCI is monitoring every development very, very closely. The BCCI also saying that he is in a stable condition. He is undergoing scans right now. We told you a short while ago when the MRI was underway, and also how he can be airlifted to Delhi in case of any emergency. But Yash, to understand, he celebrated Christmas. He was in Dubai with Dhoni and his family. All was well. He decided to leave early in the morning to come to Delhi, to drive alone from Uttarakhand to Delhi. He was on the wheel, and then, of course, this dreaded accident that just happened. But what was next for Rishabh Pant otherwise, and what is the BCCI saying?
So, Jay Shah, BCCI secretary, has tweeted that his thoughts and prayers are with Rishabh Pant as he fights his way to recovery. And he has spoken with his family and the doctors too, and the BCCI is providing all the necessary help that is needed and making arrangement for his treatment and all. BCCI needs Rishabh Pant to get well very soon, as we discussed earlier, that the World Test Championship final is on stake in some months only, and Rishabh Pant is a key player for Indian cricket team heading into the World Cup and into the World Test Championship final. And the details from which we have seen that Rishabh Pant drove into a driver at NH 58 in Mangalore while travelling alone in his Mercedes, and he had to get out from his car by breaking the glass window. Otherwise, the car met with fire and it was charred, and it was a very, very fortuitous moment for him, timely escape for him. Otherwise, things could have gone wrong, and it was really brave on Rishabh Pant's part also, that he managed to escape the car at the right given moment.
Absolutely. And let's also understand, Shivangi, that initial details of him having suffered injuries on his head, on his knee, on the shin. So that is something that we are picking up from our sources, but really waiting for the health bulletin to what the doctors have to say. How long will he now take to recover? And if he has suffered any fracture, the doctors are still conducting all the scans to get a thorough know-how of the extent of the injuries. And this is the BCCI also sending out its best team of doctors who are looking at his condition very, very closely. But for now, we of course understand, Shivangi, these are initial reports that he may have dozed off while driving. And it is really on his end that the accident happened, that the car collided into the dividers when he realized what had happened. And he immediately broke the glass of the car and he got out of it. He has sustained injuries. We see how his head started bleeding, and then he was rushed to the Max Hospital in Dehradun. This is exactly what the police has also informed us. They are looking into every detail of how this accident may have happened. But for now, his health is the first and foremost concern. His recovery is what is utmost priority, and that is exactly what the BCCI and the Chief Minister Office in Uttarakhand focusing on, where they are keeping track of every detail coming in from the hospital on Rishabh Pant's health, on the injuries he may have suffered, and how long it will take. Meanwhile, a lot of cricketers who are putting out tweets also wishing him a speedy recovery.
A lot of cricketers, especially the Indian cricketers present with the team like R. Ashwin, Mohammad Shami, Kuldeep Yadav, everyone has put out the tweets. They are wishing him speedy recovery. It's just not the Indian cricketers. There has been a lot of international cricketers, superstars, legends of the game like Ricky Ponting, Nicholas Pooran, Rashid Khan, who have tweeted out things for him and wishing him a speedy recovery. He's a superstar of Indian cricket, and he's a well-known personality in the sphere, and his recovery is really important for the cricket community in the world, not just Indian sport. And it is a shocking news for everyone related to the cricket community as well as India.
In fact, this was the tweet put out by Jaisha, where he wrote that my thoughts and prayers are with Rishabh Pant as he fights his way back to recovery. I've spoken to his family and the doctors treating him. Rishabh is stable, undergoing scans. We are closely monitoring his progress and will provide him with all the necessary support. So you see, obviously, in this situation, Shivangi, when it comes to any Indian cricketer, the BCCI going all hands out when it comes to the kind of help that is needed for that cricketer, especially when it is any health concern. And Jaisha also informing that they are monitoring the situation very closely. Earlier this morning, we also saw how Pushkar Singh Dhami had put out a statement saying that the authorities are keeping track of what the doctors are saying. Pushkar Singh Dhami, Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, had also spoke with Rishabh Pant's family. So did BCCI Chief Jaisha. And also the very fact that Rishabh Pant's mother is with him at the Max Hospital in Dehradun. So the family is certainly close. They know, they have been informed, and they are also interacting with the doctors on how he is feeling now, on how he is recovering and what is the extent of injuries, whether or not, if there is any sort of a surgery, minor surgery or whatever that is required. So this is of course what all the BCCI, the Chief Minister's office and the family keeping track of, but awaiting the official health bulletin that should be out soon by Max Hospital in Dehradun. And like our colleagues are also saying, that in case of an emergency, if needed, he can always be airlifted to Delhi on an immediate basis. But the cricketing fraternity worried, and social media is buzzing with best wishes and a speedy recovery for Rishabh Pant.
As we have seen, Rishabh Pant's accident has actually shocked the cricketing world, and there have been a lot of reactions from the cricketing world, cricketing fraternity, not just in India, from everywhere.
Right, Yash.
There has been Ricky Ponting, who has said his
Yash,
coach
hold on
at
for a second. I'll come back
Delhi
to you.
Capitals,
I'll come back
he
to
has
you. I'm
commented
enjoying
on
Ratan Negi. I'll come back to you for reactions. I know reactions are coming, but I just want to go across to Ratan Negi, who is a correspondent, and he's at the spot right now. He can give us an update about what's happening. Ratan ji, वहाँ पर हैं, क्या हो रहा है? अभी कोई update आया उनके health पे, ऋषभ पंत की health पे?
देखिए, एमआरआई हो चुका है, डॉक्टर की टीम जांच लगातार कर रही है और जानकारी अब तक ये मिल रही है कि जो ऋषभ पंत है उनको आईसीयू में शिफ्ट कर दिया गया है। और पूरे केस को अगर बात की जाए तो अब जो बीसीसीआई है वो लगातार इस पूरे मामले को अब देख रही है, खुद नजर यहाँ पर बनाई हुई है। हालांकि बीसीसीआई की जो हेड्स है उन्होंने इस बात को कहा है कि उनकी हालत स्थिर है, उन पर कोई फ्रैक्चर नहीं हुआ है। लेकिन इस वक्त अगर मैक्स अस्पताल की बात की जहां पर हम मौके पर मौजूद है, उन्हें इस वक्त आईसीयू में शिफ्ट किया गया। इस तरह की जानकारी यहाँ पर अब मिल रही है और बीसीसीआई खुद इस पूरे मामले को देख रही है। इससे पहले की बात की जाए तो लगातार उनके जो तमाम जो टेस्ट होते प्रारंभिक वो यहाँ पर किए गए। इससे जब रुड़की से उन्हें लाया गया तो सुशील नारक जो 3 घंटे उनके बाद उसका जो फौरी जो ट्रीटमेंट था वो वहां पर दिया गया। लेकिन देहरादून के मैक्स अस्पताल में इस वक्त हम मौजूद है, ऋषभ पंत भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है और जानकारी यही सूत्रों से मिल रही है कि ऋषभ पंत को इस वक्त आईसीयू में शिफ्ट किया जा चुका है।
रतन नेगी जी, अभी हमने एक विजुअल प्ले किया है, वी प्ले दैट विजुअल अगेन, जहां पे दिख रहा है ऋषभ पंत निकले हैं गाड़ी से एंड उनके फेस में बहुत इंजरीज है, ही इज ब्लीडिंग ऑल्सो। डू वी नो कि उनके साथ 2 लोग खड़े हुए थे, कौन थे वो 2 लोग जो उनके साथ थे? क्या लोकल्स उनको हेल्प कर रहे थे?
देखिए, सुबह यह हादसा 5:30 बजे लगभग रुड़की के मंगरोल क्षेत्र के बीच में हुआ था। वो गाड़ी में अकेले थे, खुद स्वयं गाड़ी चलाकर ला रहे थे, कोहरा था, घना था। जो जानकारी पुलिस की तरफ से बयान मिला कि उन्हें नींद की झपकी यहाँ पर हल्की से लग गई थी, उसके बाद इस सड़क हादसा हुआ। गाड़ी काफी जल गई थी और जलती हुई गाड़ी से ही गाड़ी का शीशा टूटा और वो खुद बाहर निकले। उसके बाद जो लोकल लोग थे वो उन्होंने उनकी वहां पर मदद करी। उस वक्त किसी को मालूम नहीं था कि इस गाड़ी के अंदर ऋषभ पंत यहाँ पर मौजूद थे। लोकल जो लोग थे वो वहां उन्होंने उनकी हेल्प करी और उसके बाद डॉक्टर जो सुशील नारक है वो वहां तक पहुंचे और 3 घंटे लगातार उनका फौरी इलाज वहां पर किया गया। फिर देहरादून के मैक्स अस्पताल यहां पर उन्हें शिफ्ट किया गया। उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी ने तमाम इसके दिशा निर्देश स्वास्थ्य महकमे को दिए, उचित इलाज के दिशा निर्देश दिए। उनकी माताजी से भी यहां पर बात करी और लगातार मुख्यमंत्री खुद पूरी फीडबैक कोलकाता में वो इस वक्त मौजूद है, वहां से ले रहे हैं। तो इस वक्त की जो बात है, जानकारी है कि जो सर पर उनकी चोट लगी थी उसके लिए यहाँ पर एमआरआई यहाँ पर कराया गया, ये देखने के लिए कि स्थिति क्या है, क्या क्रिटिकल स्थिति है या फिर मामला जो चोट हल्की से लगी थी उससे कोई नुकसान तो नहीं है। तो जो तमाम प्रारंभिक जांचें हैं वो अभी अस्पताल के अंदर चल रही है। जानकारी यही मिली है, जो ऑफ द रिकॉर्ड सूत्र बताते हैं कि वो इस वक्त आईसीयू में उनको शिफ्ट कर दिया गया है और इसके बाद की जो जानकारी है अस्पताल प्रशासन मेडिकल बुलेटिन जारी करता भी है या नहीं और क्या कुछ आगे बात निकल कर आती है, ये कुछ समय बाद अब मालूम चल पाएगा। लेकिन फिलहाल इस वक्त जो डॉक्टर की जो टीम है उनका पहला फोकस उनकी एक बारीकी से जो तमाम जांचें हैं और जो मेडिकल्स की जो तमाम जो सर्च कर रहे हैं, जो रिपोर्ट्स बना रहे हैं, उस पर उनका पूरा फोकस है।
हाँ जी, रतन नेगी जी, एक और बात बोलिए, जो इंजरीज है, अभी डॉक्टर से आपने बात की है, कोई आई विटनेस से आप बात की है, जो क्या बोल रहे हैं कि इंजरीज कितनी है, कहाँ चोट लगी उनको, ऋषभ पंत जी को?
देखिए, जो जानकारी मिल रही है उनके पैर में यहाँ पर चोट है, बताया जा रहा है कि उनका जो मांस है वो वहाँ पर फटा हुआ है, बताया जा रहा है उनके पीठ में भी इस वक्त चोट बताई जा रही है और सर पर भी हल्की चोट है। उसी के लिए ही वो एमआरआई किया गया। ये प्रारंभिक तौर से जो बात निकल कर आ रही है वो यही है और बाकी डॉक्टर्स का इंतजार किया जा रहा है। डॉक्टर से जब हमारी यहाँ पर बात हुई तो उन्होंने साफ तौर पर इस बात को कहा है कि जो ऋषभ पंत है उनकी स्थिति काफी स्थिर है, घबराने की कोई बात नहीं है। इस तरह के बयान लगा कि डॉक्टर्स मैक्स के जो आसिफ जी है उन्होंने यहाँ पर दिया है और इसके बाद अगर डॉक्टर्स में दोबारा मुलाकात करते हैं, मीडिया से रूबरू होते हैं तो उनसे जानकारी लेने की कोशिश होगी कि इस वक्त ऋषभ पंत जी की क्या स्थिति है। लेकिन अब तक के बयान के अनुसार, जो डॉक्टर ने बयान दिया उनके अनुसार, जो ऋषभ पंत है उनकी स्थिति काफी स्थिर है। पैर में उनको चोट है, उनका बांस वहां पर फटा हुआ, इस बात की यहाँ पर जानकारी है। पीठ में यहाँ पर चोट है और सर पर यहाँ पर चोट है। ये 3 चोटों का जिक्र यहाँ पर लगातार किया जा रहा है।
देर में एक मेडिकल बुलेटिन भी रिलीज किया जाएगा मैक्स हॉस्पिटल के द्वारा और कब तक वो हमें बता पाएंगे कि क्या है इंजरीज का एक्सटेंट, क्या उन्हें दिल्ली शिफ्ट किया जाएगा किसी पॉइंट पे या नहीं?
देखिए, तमाम जो बातें हैं वो निकल कर बाहर आ रही है। हो सकता है कि उन्हें यहाँ से दिल्ली शिफ्ट किया जा सकता हो और तमाम जो यहाँ की जो डॉक्टर्स के पैनल की जो टीम है जो वो रिपोर्ट तैयार करेगी, तैयार करने के बाद जो बात निकल कर आएगी, बीसीसीआई लगातार संपर्क पर है, उनके साथ यहाँ पर संपर्क लगातार कोऑर्डिनेट किया जा रहा है। उसके बाद क्या कुछ स्थिति बनती है, क्या कुछ ऋषभ चाहते हैं कि वो चाहते हैं कि उनका ट्रीटमेंट यहाँ पर हो जाए, क्योंकि बात ये भी निकल कर आ रही है कि उनकी प्लास्टिक सर्जरी भी यहाँ पर हो सकती है। तो तमाम चीजें लगातार निकल कर आ रही है। यहाँ के डॉक्टर्स क्या डिसाइड करते हैं, फिर ऋषभ खुद क्या डिसाइड करते हैं, बीसीसीआई क्या डिसाइड करते हैं, इन चीजों पर स्थिति निर्भर है। लेकिन हो सकता है कि उनको यहां से दिल्ली या मुंबई किसी बड़े अस्पताल में शिफ्ट किया जा सकता है।
जी बिल्कुल, और ये भी कहा था कि उनकी माता जी उनके साथ ही हैं हॉस्पिटल में। साथ ही में डॉक्टर सुशील नागर, जिन्होंने सबसे पहले इमरजेंसी में देखा था ऋषभ पंत को, उन्होंने हमारी टीम को इन्फॉर्म किया कि कुछ इंजरीज उनको आई हैं माथे पे, लेफ्ट आई के ऊपर कुछ इंजरीज आई हैं, बैक पे थोड़े अब्रेजन्स हैं, राइट एंकल में इंजरी है, पर एक्सरे के द्वारा सजेस्ट किया गया है कि किसी भी तरह का फ्रैक्चर या बर्न्स नहीं है। तो उस सेंस में जब आप डॉक्टर से ग्राउंड पर बात कर रहे हैं, कितना टाइम वो देख रहे हैं उनकी रिकवरी के लिए?
अच्छा, देखिए डॉक्टर्स अब तक जो जानकारी हमारे पास है, अंदर डॉक्टर्स जांच कर चुके हैं, उनके एमआरआई हो चुके हैं, तमाम जो टेस्ट है वो यहाँ पर हो चुके हैं, उसकी रिपोर्ट यहाँ पर बनाई जा रही है। फिलहाल उनको इस वक्त आईसीयू में यहाँ पर शिफ्ट किया जा चुका है और फौरी तौर पर जो डॉक्टर्स की जो टीम है, लगभग जो पैनल पर तैयार किया गया है, वो अपनी रिपोर्ट यहाँ पर तैयार कर रहे हैं और कुछ ही समय बाद वो पूरी बात हमारे आगे रख सकते हैं कि ऋषभ की सिचुएशन इस वक्त क्या है। स्थिर है, पैर में निश्चित तौर से उनकी चोट लगी है, जानकारी यही है कि मांस फटा हुआ है, सर में चोट है, लेकिन एमआरआई हो चुका है, एमआरआई की रिपोर्ट निकल कर आएगी कि स्थिति क्या है। इसके साथ ही पीठ में चोट है, वो उसका भी यहाँ पे चेकअप हो चुका है, उसकी क्या कंडीशन है, तो तमाम चीजें डॉक्टर्स कुछ समय बाद आएंगे तो पूरी तस्वीर साफ हो पाएगी।
जी रतन नेगी जी बने रहिए हमारे साथ, क्योंकि अभी मीडिया के लिए भी एक स्टेटमेंट जारी किया गया है बीसीसीआई की तरफ से। एंड शिवांगी, लेट्स क्विकली ब्रेक दैट फॉर आवर व्यूअर्स, बिकॉज द बीसीसीआई is saying that they will see to it that Rishabh receives the best possible medical care and gets all the support that he needs to come out of this traumatic phase. This is the statement that has been released for the media by the BCCI a short while ago. Jai Shah Shivangi had also put out a tweet where he had said that they are monitoring the situation very, very closely, and they had spoken with Rishabh Pant's family. So they are looking at all that is underway in the Max Hospital. But the BCCI time and again reiterating that they will provide the best possible medical help that Rishabh Pant needs for his recovery, and that he needs to come out of this traumatic phase, because we understand, Shivangi, it's not been easy. It is not easy for anyone to just break out of an incident that can have such a severe impact. So
right.
We are
and
we will try and put out that entire statement.
Right, Suesha. So the statement is out. In fact, if we look at the statement, it clearly says the kind of injuries that Rishabh Pant has received. So let's go to Suesha. Suesha, just have a look at the statement. In fact, Samiksha is joining us in the Mumbai newsroom. Samiksha, the statement also shows and tells what injuries were received by Rishabh Pant. Just take us through that.
Well, that's right, Shivangi. So quickly reading out the statement that has been put out by the BCCI, where it has stated that it is in touch with the family of Rishabh Pant. The statement here says that Indian wicketkeeper Rishabh Pant met with a car accident early this morning near Roorkee, Uttarakhand. He was admitted to Saksham Hospital Multi-Speciality and Trauma Centre, where he was treated for impact injuries. Following which, the statement also mentions about the injuries that Rishabh Pant has sustained. The statement here says that Rishabh has 2 cuts on his forehead, a ligament here in his right knee, and has also a cut in his right wrist. Not just that, he has injuries on his ankle toe and has suffered abrasion injuries on his back as well. The visuals of which we've been putting on our screens. The statement also mentions that Rishabh's condition remains stable, and he has now been shifted to Max Hospital, Dehradun, where he will undergo MRI scans to ascertain the extent of the injuries and formulates his further course of treatment. Now remember, the MI is already underway. As we are aware, the BCI is in constant touch with Rishabh's family, while the medical team is in close contact with the doctors currently treating Rishabh Pant. The board will see to it that Rishabh receives the best possible medical care and gets all the support he needs to come out of this traumatic phase by Jai Shah, Secretary of the BCCI. Shivangi.
Absolutely. So the BCCI statement is out right now. And Suesha, you know, we were talking about the injuries as well. You were trying to tell our viewers what exactly injuries that he must have received. So the statement says 2 cuts on his forehead, a ligament tear in his right knee, and also hurt his right wrist, ankle toe, suffered abrasion injury on his back. And like you were telling us, Suesha, that it doesn't look like he has any kind of burn injury. So by that statement, Suesha, it seems as if there were no burn injuries. There are no burn injuries. He basically has got cuts and tears.
Oh, yes, exactly. And that was also what was said by the doctor who had first inspected him in the emergency, Shivangi, that he has not received any fractures or burn injuries. There are no fractures or burn injuries. Was their immediate concern, especially in an accident that has had this kind of a severe impact. So this is certainly something that has been confirmed by the doctor, and even in the statement by the BCCI, where they say 2 cuts on the forehead, ligament tear in the right knee, he's hurt his right wrist, ankle, toe, and suffered abrasion injuries on the back. So now that is very clear to the kind of injuries he had suffered. And Shivangi, again, fans across social media who are putting out their wishes and hoping and praying for his speedy recovery, really saying one thing, that it has been a very narrow escape for Rishabh Pant. Such accidents sometimes can prove fatal, and he just managed to come out of the car at the right time. Are the pictures also suggesting the same, that the car eventually caught fire and it was completely charred. So he broke the glass of that Mercedes that he was driving, and he got out of that car. He obviously suffered injuries where his forehead was bleeding, but he just about managed to come out of it. And then there were people who were helping him. He was immediately taken to the emergency, where the doctor had also informed of the same, that he had inspected that. But then, as per procedure, all the scans that are being carried out, the MRI that is underway, so they are checking everything in detail to be sure of what the doctors are detecting in terms of Rishabh Pant's health. But certainly the fact that there are no fractures, there are no burn injuries, and now it is really for the doctors to say how long it will take for him to recover. And once he gets a little more stable, which of course they are saying that he is stable now itself, but once he settles in a little more, after consulting with him and his family, if he's comfortable, he may just be moved to Delhi or Bombay to a bigger hospital.
Right, so Ishan, I think we also have Ratan Negi with us. Ratan Negi is right there outside the hospital. Ratan ji, आप वहाँ पर हैं? एक बार हमको अपडेट दे दीजिए, क्या हो रहा है वहाँ पे, क्योंकि बीसीसीआई ने भी स्टेटमेंट डाला है. वहाँ के कोई ऑफिशियल्स है बीसीसीआई के? बीसीसीआई बोल रहे हैं कि वो कांस्टेंट टच है विद ऋषभ पंत फैमिली. Is somebody there from the BCCI at the spot?
देखिए, इस वक्त मैक्स अस्पताल के अंदर ऋषभ पंत जी के साथ उनकी माता जी हैं, उनके परिवार के कुछ परिचित हैं, लेकिन मैक्स अस्पताल के जो प्रशासन की टीम है उनकी बात लगातार बीसीसीआई की टीम के साथ हो रही है. बीसीसीआई ने साफ तौर पर अब अस्पताल प्रशासन कुछ भी जानकारी देने के लिए मना कर दिया है. जानकारी ये बताई जा रही है कि इस वक्त जो ऋषभ पंत है वो आईसीयू में इस वक्त यहाँ पर शिफ्ट है. उनका एमआरआई जो है वो हो चुका है, क्योंकि जो फुटेज जो तस्वीरें हमने अपने दर्शकों को दिखाई है, जब ऋषभ पंत गाड़ी से शीशा तोड़ करके बाहर निकले थे तो उनके सर पर चोट थी. उसी चोट की पुष्टि के लिए कि वो चोट कितनी गंभीर है, कैसे, उसके लिए एमआरआई यहाँ पर हो चुका है. पैर में जो जानकारी है उनका, यहाँ पर पैर का मांस फटा हुआ है, इस प्रकार की जानकारी निकली है. कंधे में पीछे की अगर बात की जाए, बैक साइड पीठ पे वहां पर चोट है. तो तमाम जो चीजें हैं, इनके जो टेस्ट है वो हो चुके हैं, एमआरआई यहाँ पर हो चुका है. इस वक्त वो आईसीयू में शिफ्ट है. और अब कुछ अगर बयान निकल कर आता है, वो बयान बीसीसीआई देती है या अस्पताल का प्रशासन देता है, मेडिकल बुलेटिन जारी होता भी है या नहीं होता, ये आने वाले कुछ समय में कुछ घंटों बाद ये तस्वीर साफ हो पाएगी. इसके साथ ही अगर यहाँ पर ऋषभ चाहेंगे या बीसीसीआई चाहेगी तो उनका इलाज यहीं पर होगा, नहीं तो दिल्ली या मुंबई के किसी बड़े अस्पताल में भी उनका इलाज हो सकता है, उन्हें यहाँ से शिफ्ट किया जा सकता है. लेकिन घबराने की कोई बात नहीं है, ऐसा डॉक्टर्स लगातार कह रहे हैं. और उनकी स्थिति काफी स्थिर है. इस बात को लगातार जो मैक्स के डॉक्टर्स है वो यहाँ पर कहते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं.
Right, Ratan ji, keep tracking the story for us from ground. And Soesha also stay with us. Yash also stay with us. I just want the viewers to hear this sound bite of Dr. Ashish Yagnik from the Max Hospital.
क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे. और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है. डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन. सो क्रिकेटर ऋषभ पंत अभी हॉस्पिटल में आए हैं और इनिशियली डॉक्टर्स की टीम उनकी देखभाल कर रही है, अंडर इवैल्यूएशन है वो, और कुछ जांचों के बाद ही हम आगे डिटेल बता पाएंगे। और फिलहाल वो स्थिर हैं और ऐसी कोई चिंता की बात अभी लग नहीं रही है। डॉक्टर्स की टीम पूरा इवैल्यूएशन कर ले, उसके बाद एक डिटेल मेडिकल बुलेटिन उसके बाद।
All right, viewers, so the big update that Rishabh Pant has been moved to the ICU. MRI scan was done a short while back. Also, we have got an idea about the kind of injuries that he has suffered from. So, he has hurt his right wrist, ankle, toe, abrasion injuries on his back, right knee, a ligament tear there, and 2 cuts on his forehead. So, basically, impact injuries. These are impact injuries. There are no burn injuries so far. That's what we can confirm to you, viewers. The BCCI is saying they're in constant touch with Rishabh's family, while the medical team is in close contact with the doctors currently treating Rishabh. The board will see to it that Rishabh receives the best possible medical care and gets all the support he needs to come out of this traumatic phase. And many reactions coming in on social media. Many people, not just cricketers, but many citizens as well, wishing that Rishabh Pant recovers quickly and swiftly and he comes back to good health. Virendra Sehwag has tweeted, Ricky Ponting has tweeted, many cricketers have tweeted, Mohammad Azharuddin has tweeted, Gautam Gambhir has tweeted, all of them wishing a very speedy and full recovery to Rishabh. And many cricketers have tweeted, Irfan Pathan also saying that praying for Rishabh Pant. So we're getting these reactions as well, viewers, but at the same time, a big focus on the fact that Rishabh Pant is critically injured in the accident, and we're getting more details. In fact, you can see all the visuals on your screen. One is the moment of the crash. You can see that the car is moving. And by the way, viewers, this is the luxury car we are speaking about. This is the luxury car which is built to make sure that it takes those kind of impacts, but this car was completely charred and completely it could be seen in a very bad state. On the other hand, you can see that Rishabh Pant is seen coming out moments after that accident, and he's injured, and some locals are helping him. Viewers, so this is the top story we're tracking right now on Republic TV, where you can see those visuals on your screen. Locals attending to him. We know that after the accident, Rishabh Pant had to help himself. That is right. He was all alone, driving alone, and he had to break through the window to get himself out. Right now, he's being treated. Let's take a very short break. We are getting you all the updates on cricketer Rishabh Pant and his health.
आपकी कहानी ये है कि सर आपको गोली लगी, खून बह रहा था, आप जमीन पे पड़े थे और उस वक्त जब हेलीकॉप्टर आपका कैजुअलिटी इवैक्यूएशन करने के लिए आया तो आपके पास 2 चॉइसेस थे, खुद की जान बचाओ या 2 बच्चों की जान बचाओ। व्हाट वाज दैट स्टोरी? व्हाट हैपेंड इन मणिपुर?
बचपन से मैंने सीखा था कि बाजुओं में नहीं होता ताकत। आई थिंक द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज टू बिलीव दैट यू हैव अ मिशन एट हैंड। नाउ दैट आई हैव रीच्ड देयर, आई कांट जस्ट अबैंडन द मिशन।
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the 2-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling. This grass they were carrying in, and this is the kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि एक आम इंसान की जाती, क्या ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
नहीं की गई, वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Tonekil, which is about 20.
US top headlines right now. Prime Minister Modi's mother breathes her last at the age of 100 in Ahmedabad. Former union ministers to opposition leaders, a nation pays tribute to Hiraba. It's a befitting tribute to Hiraba. Prime Minister resumes duties after funeral. Big infra boost to West Bengal. Prime Minister flags off mega projects virtually. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car meets with an accident, and right now he remains critical. Tunisha's mother makes sensational charge, says Shizan forced Tunisha to convert to Islam. Viewers, we're live and breaking, and our top focus is right now. We are trying to understand what is the condition of cricketer Rishabh Pant. He's critical right now. His car met with an accident in Haridwar district. He has been shifted to Max Hospital, Dehradun, and he's been giving primary treatment at this point of time as well, viewers. He just went through an MRI scan, and the BCCI has put out a statement where they're saying that they're in constant touch with the medical team, and they're also adding that the extent of his injuries are of impact injuries. These are impact injuries. He has 2 cuts on his forehead, a ligament tear in his right knee, and also hurt his right wrist, ankle, toe, and has suffered abrasion injuries on his back. And his condition is right now stable, but he is critically injured. He is recovering at this point as we speak. Now, on your screen, you're seeing 3 visuals. Now, these are all the moments of the crash or just after the crash. So you can see the moment of the crash where the luxury car that Rishabh Pant was driving. And by the way, viewers, he was driving alone. He was completely alone. In fact, after the crash, he had to fight his way out of that car all alone. Then you can see in the middle of your screen, the car, which is completely charred post the clash, is completely on fire. It was completely on fire. You can see that as well. And on the extreme right of your screen, you can see that Rishabh Pant, what happened just after that car crash. You can see that he is up, but he is injured, and there are some people who are helping him at this point of time. All right, we also have a reaction coming in from Pushkar Dhami. Now, remember that he said that he's monitoring the situation and he is making sure that Rishabh Pant is receiving the proper and correct treatment.
है ना, अच्छा इलाज करेंगे, अच्छी चिकित्सा वगैरह सब अच्छा होगा। तो आप चिंता मत करिएगा, मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं ना, जल्दी ठीक हो जाएगा, घबराइएगा नहीं। हाँ ठीक है माता जी, ठीक है, ठीक है। लोगों से बात कर ली है ना, अच्छा इलाज करेंगे, अच्छी
All right, viewers, so those are visuals coming in, and we also saw Pushkar Dhami saying that we have spoken to the family of Rishabh Pant. He's saying that my best wishes are with him. He will recover soon. So everything is being ensured to make sure that Rishabh Pant is going to recover soon. And what is very, very comforting is the fact that a lot of people are praying. A lot of people are praying for his speedy recovery, not just cricketers, but also we are seeing that Indian citizens really praying that he recovers very fast. Some reactions are coming in. Let's also hear once again what Pushkar Dhami has said.
का अभी रुड़की के पास एक एक्सीडेंट हुआ है और उनको चोट आई है। उनको वहाँ से देहरादून के लिए शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है, हायर जिस सब सेंटर को रेफ़र किया गया है और हम पूरी उनकी निगरानी कर रहे हैं। सब चीज़ से मैं स्वयं जानकारी ले रहा हूँ और उनको शिफ्ट किया जा रहा है। सारे जो उनकी चिकित्सा है उस चिकित्सा की संपूर्ण व्यवस्था वहाँ पर हो रही है और मैं भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि वो जल्दी स्वस्थ हो जाए।
All right, viewers. So right now we can tell you is that we have got some updates. We know that the MRI scan is done. We know that he's being treated. He's in the ICU at this point of time. And we can also tell you, viewers, that he has got impact injuries. We can also tell you that there are no burn injuries. Even though the car has caught fire, there are no burn injuries. He's being treated right now for impact injuries. All right, we also have a reaction coming in where we have our senior news editor, Amit, speaking to the police on this story. Let's listen.
पंत की गाड़ी का एक्सीडेंट हो गया है, क्या कंडीशन है अभी सर उनकी?
ठीक है। तो
आपकी बातचीत हुई?
नहीं, हमारे लोगों की हुई है। तो खुद बोल रहा, काफी मतलब अपने आप ही उसने बताया कि मैं थोड़ा मेरे को झपकी आ गई थी।
अच्छा, अकेले ड्राइव कर रहे थे?
हाँ, उसको झपकी आ गई थी तो वो डिवाइडर से टकरा गए। तो कोई पैर में शायद लिगामेंट इंजरी है और थोड़ा सा चेहरे पे कट, हेड की तरफ कोई कट है छोटा सा, मैंने लोकेशन नहीं देखा।
सर बर्न इंजरी भी है क्योंकि हमारे पास जो विजुअल है उनमें उनके पीठ पर कई जख्म दिख रहे हैं।
हो सकता है, तो वो मैक्स में आ गए हैं क्योंकि गाड़ी तो उनकी पूरी बर्न हो गई ना, तो बाहर आ जाता लकीली।
सर कितने बजे का हादसा है?
बता रहे हैं 5:30।
और सर उनकी गाड़ी जब आग लगी तो कैसे बाहर आए? क्या उनके साथ कोई और था या किसी तरीके की कोई मदद पहुंची?
या तो वो शीशा खुद टूटा है, विंड स्क्रीन, या उन्होंने तोड़ा है, मतलब विंड स्क्रीन के से बाहर आए।
अच्छा सर अभी क्या उनको दिल्ली शिफ्ट करने का कोई प्लान है?
नहीं, ऐसा तो कोई नहीं बता रहे कोई।
तो सब कुछ है यानी
All right, viewers, we're getting the visuals in. Right now we can see that the